I'm Robert Kraft. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, where for the 18th year we're proud to host tonight's Super Bowl games. I want to congratulate the competitors in the Division 5 MIAA football championship game between Shawsheen Valley Tech and Foxborough. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, Shawsheen Tech? Jack Gibbons here with the Patriots. Just want to wish you guys good luck in the state championship.
What's up, Foxboro? It's N.Attleborough here kicking for the Patriots. Want to wish you guys good luck on the state championship. Hope you guys go out there and have fun.
Welcome inside Gillette Stadium, home of the six-time Super Bowl champion New England Patriots. It's year 18. Gillette hosts the MIAA High School Football State Championships. Division 5 up first, number 1 seed Shawsheen takes on local number 3 seed Foxboro. Brendan Glasheen, Andy Gresh, great to be back with you, Gresh, and should be a fun couple of days.
Well, Glash, I'm glad you're still here with us as you have now ascended the heights in the broadcasting world. I'm now your ugliest color analyst, and let's have some fun today and call some good football. This Shawsheen Tech team has, Jake Banda kind of dragged them here to the state championship game, and for Foxborough, it's the 3rd year in a row for the locals to be here. So I don't want to say it isn't a big deal to these kids, because we saw them warming up and knew that it was a big deal. But when you're here 3 years in a row, maybe you're not as taken aback by the surroundings like you would be if it's your first time here.
It's a rematch of last year's Division 5 state title game. Shawsheen blanked the Foxborough Warriors 14-0. We take a look at the quarterback of the Warriors of Foxborough, Cam Deleski. First year at starting quarterback, a dual threat presence, 8 rushing scores, 7 passing touchdowns on the year. He'll start in the gun for Foxborough at the 20. Inside give, nowhere to go. On our first play from scrimmage, Shawsheen comes up with the stop thanks to Jaron Mulgard, the junior defensive lineman.
Yeah, and the handoff was to Jack Taft, who in the semifinals against Archbishop Williams, 78 rushing yards, 25 receiving, and 3 touchdowns. And there's your road to Gillette. Pretty good defensive performances there by Foxborough there, Brendan.
Yeah, just 13 points allowed in this postseason. Archbishop Williams was the opponent in the semis, thanks in part to the fact that they beat number 3 seed Hanover in the round of 8. Loss of 1, 2nd down 11 for Deleski and company. Just an 8-minute ride for Foxborough to come to Gillette. They take a timeout.
Yeah, they got somebody off the field late, and I don't think they were lined up in exactly what they wanted to. It seemed like a little bit of personnel confusion there. So smart to bang the timeout early. Don't derail yourself. And Jack Martinelli, who's been around for a while and knows what he's doing, start of the game means a lot. That timeout, that's nothing. Get the right personnel on the field and run the play.
44th season as the head coach at Foxborough. 11 state championship appearances, tied for 6th all-time in state history. For Shawsheen, led by Al Costabile, his 34th season at the helm, looking for another undefeated regular season. They're going for their 4th in a row at Shawsheen.
I love these salty old coaches who've been around for like decades and decades. They bend, but they don't change very much over the years.
2nd down 11, opening minute, 1st quarter. Deleski as the pocket folds. He floats one on the near sideline, and it's reeled in. Nice grab there by Jack Taft.
Shawsheen gets through early. They're clearly trying to set up some kind of screen, and Deleski does a good job of being able to get the throw off so that Taft can at least get back to the line of scrimmage there, Brendan. That could have proven to be a complete blow-up play, but a nice job by Deleski to create a little time, lob it to Taft so that you could at least stay in a 3rd and 11. That could have been a 5-yard loss pretty easy.
Taft has 10 touchdowns this year, all in the postseason. Deleski has time to throw. He fires on the far side. There's contact and a flag. The intended target for Foxborough was Cameron Rice, the junior receiver. Let's get the call.
Pass unfortunate for defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous one resulted in the first down.
What a break for the Warriors there.
Very much so. It was Cristiano Apples who was in coverage, and it was really just a tackle before the ball got there. Tangled up. Looked like that ball could have been caught. I think that's a pretty easy call to make. And we're off to a good start with our white hats tonight here, Brendan.
Mike is very crisp.
Mike is crisp, full sentences. Like, you know, it's not like some of the groaners out there. Shawsheen, first down. On a 10.
Just you wait.
I know, you're right. All of a sudden, here comes Peter Griffin to officiate.
Dulesky, quarterback keeper, scrums middle near the 40 to the 39. Gain of 5 on first down.
And I'll tell you this, Brendan, I'm a big believer that especially at the high school level, the more that your quarterback can run a little bit, even if it's in a power situation like this, I think the better your offense opens up. If your quarterback is a run threat, in theory, you should be able to run the ball between the tackles with a little hocus-pocus play action type stuff.
Second down and 5. 12-minute quarters in the MIAA playoffs. Dulesky rolling, and Gang tackled inbounds.
I mean, Shawsheen was all over Dulesky right there, but Brendan, give number 12 for Foxborough credit. He gets back to the line of scrimmage. It was clearly breaking down all around him, and just to be able to stay in third and medium is a pretty big deal. You can see Shawsheen gets through pretty quickly. In fact, it was 42, Jake Banda, who's a running back but also a linebacker. He flashed, got pushed down from behind, but Cam Dulesky does a nice job of not losing significant yardage there.
So it's third down once again for the Foxborough Warriors. 11th Super Bowl appearance, an even 5-5 record. Dulesky alone in the backfield, takes the snap. Here comes the pressure. He just gets it off, but an incomplete pass intended for Gabe Bull, one of their captains, and we should see the punting unit come out for Foxborough.
Just nothing there. Shawsheen defensively all over that play, all over Cam Dulesky so far early in this game, and trying to get it to Bull, like you mentioned. It looked like trying to set up another screen. Really, Foxborough early trying to get the running backs involved in the passing game, and Shawsheen Tech having they ain't paying it no mind. They're just rushing the quarterback and blowing plays up early on.
Love to see a big hefty punter, Cam Russo at 6'3", 215 pounds, awaiting the snap.
Thicker kickers are a thing.
Good looking kick. Favorable bounce for Foxborough, and it rolls inside the 25 to the 23. That is where Shawsheen will get its first drive on offense.
And Brendan, you and I have done a lot of games here, a lot of high school state championship games at Gillette, and the kicking games become a factor early. Sometimes it's missing a PAT, sometimes it's a block kick. We know that special teams, normally somebody wreaks havoc in one of these games on special teams. It'll be interesting to see today and tomorrow who that team emerges as, who wins it through the third phase of the game.
Jake Banda is the player to watch, a two-way starter, nearly 1,700 yards rushing. Pass in the flat, blockers in front for Dylan Pratt. He takes off. Can't stop Pratt. Touchdown, Shawsheen.
Wow, what a play to start the Shawsheen offense. It's nothing more than a screen to the outside of the wide receiver. Big block on the outside. And then to the house. Poorly played by the Foxborough safety, who gets caught, I mean, right there. So number 7 kind of runs into number 16 in white, who's being blocked. And then Dylan Pratt just houses that thing.
77-yard score.
What a way to start.
Extra point, hits the upright, no good. Andrew Santo comes up empty, 6-0 Shawsheen. Let's see it again.
So it's a great block on the outside by one of the Shawsheen wide receivers on number 16 right there. And he ends up blocking two guys because, unfortunately, number 7, Jackson Bolin, comes up and just stands behind the defender that is getting blocked. And then you can see Pratt taking it to the house. Nobody touched him. Boy, what a way to start for Shawsheen. Nice block for whomever it was on the outside for Shawsheen. I couldn't get the number on it. I'd love to give you some love, but I'm sure that Dylan Pratt, I hear it's Jake Banda. What a shock. Banda's on the outside making a play without touching the football. Like that is Jake Banda all day long. You give him a chance to impact the game, he will, and he does there with a great block on the outside.
That's what you expect, too, in these state championship games. Wrinkles by these teams coming in. Banda normally the featured guy, not a first down handoff, but a throw to Pratt, who catches his 5th touchdown of the year. How does Foxboro respond on its second offensive drive? Hauled in on the far side, not much room there for Gabe Bull. Let's take a look at the schedule this week at Gillette. A 3-parter for these MIAA state championships. We saw Cohasset win the Division 7 title over Amesbury, Fairhaven over Norwell in Division 6 yesterday. We've got 2 games tonight and 4 tomorrow.
A lot of 1 and 2 seeds there, Brendan. A lot of teams who played well during the regular season who made it to Gillette. And you see Cohasset winners yesterday as everything got rolling here at Gillette for 2 games that were on Patriots.com.
To the outside, Ryan Foley, the featured back for Foxboro, is pushed out of bounds by the Shawsheen bench.
Let's take a look at this run right here for number 2 in white. Does a nice job of just kind of extending and getting to the outside. Gives a stiff arm to Ralph Raymond to get around the corner. Foley, a senior. You don't normally see that. You don't normally see that in terms of the positions: running back, linebacker, long snapper. I haven't run to many running backs who were long snappers over the years. Normally, they're either large-os or pumpkin-shaped defensive linemen.
He's got good hands.
He does.
12 touchdowns on the season for Foley. Daleski, QB keeper on the near hash. And he's buried just beyond the 35.
Nice job up front by Foxborough there to have an escort for their quarterback, Cam Daleski. Pull the backside guard around. Daleski keeps going. I'll tell you, this Daleski has made about a half dozen people miss already today, Brendan. Not only running around to, not lose field position, but he's been juking some people out there, has Daleski.
On the season, 8 rushing scores, 7 passing touchdowns. A year ago, an all-conference corner and receiver, moved over to quarterback this year. First-year signal caller on first down. 3-step drop. Roaming, firing deep over the middle. Incomplete. Intended for Quan Diaz.
And that was just a matter of Daleski just not being able to get there. That ball, unfortunately, is about 2 yards short where we see the route, and number 0 comes wide open. Diaz is open, and unfortunately, the ball just doesn't get there. And for Diaz, there wasn't enough room to kind of bend it back a little bit. That's where the defender was. So Daleski, I think, put about all he could into it, and it just turned up a yard short.
And Diaz is a monster target at 6'3", 200 pounds.
Yeah, there was no question. He was open. They could run that again a little bit later, and Daleski might be able to hit that thing.
Second down and 10. Shawsheen leads this Division 5 state championship 6-0. Daleski, keeper, dragged by the lower body, and some help on the way. Shawsheen sniffs that play out.
Yeah, I think Shawsheen has the safeties creeping up around the line of scrimmage here, Brendan. So I think Foxborough, they're going to have to end up throwing this ball to loosen up this Shawsheen defense, who's been all over Cam Dulesky, and I think doing a pretty good job on this run game early on, but you can tell they're selling out against the run. There's got to be some play action, whether it's to the outside or maybe to the tight end. But with the way Shawsheen is loading up those safeties, creeping near the line of scrimmage, Foxborough's going to have to do something to loosen up that defense.
Nathan Malindane with his 5th sack of the year, one of the team highs for Shawsheen.
Yeah, Brendan, look on the screen right now. Look at all the people that are in the box, telling you that it's man coverage.
Dulesky airs one out. Rice, the target. They had a PI drawn on the first drive. They won't get it here. Superb coverage by Cristiano Apoles.
Yeah, they get man coverage. The safeties are way up in the box to protect the run, so you know that it's man on the outside. And with number 1, Cameron Rice, watch Rice the slot. Look at him go out and then bend that thing up. Now, there was a little grab right there, no question, but the ball was underthrown. If Dulesky puts that out there, that thing might be a touchdown. So, like I was saying, if those safeties are going to creep up and you're going to play man, Foxborough's going to have to throw it to loosen them up.
You wonder if they make an adjustment and shorten some of these routes, because those have been 2 consecutive deep routes by the receivers.
No, that's a good call. You may have to adjust some things a little bit. I don't know if the ball is hard to throw. I don't know if that's it, or Dulesky just, you know, he can throw it about 50 on the fly, and maybe that's what we're working with here.
Here's the road to Gillette. Shawsheen owns the state's longest winning streak, 26 consecutive games. They needed overtime to beat North Reading in the state semifinals. Took care of business in the rounds of 16 and 8 over Salem and St. Mary's, respectively. Took one play from scrimmage for Shawsheen to score a touchdown.
They're 1 for 1.
Now, Adam Caruso is the quarterback. He takes over for Diamond Kid Tilsley.
Diamond formation to the left, and unfortunately, James Tilsley of Shawsheen just jumped.
5-yard penalty. Still first down.
He's Sid's brother.
So they lined up in what was like a diamond formation to the left. It looked like they were going 4 wide receivers, and I know that 44 jumped and went down the field, but I didn't know if somebody was coming back in to be able to set up in the backfield. But it was an interesting formation that Shawsheen was setting up there on that first down play.
Pratt, number 7 in purple, top of your screen, scored the 77-yard touchdown. Caruso with the give. Banda wrapping. Stays in bounds and plops to the 50-yard line.
Boy, the competitiveness of Jake Banda really jumps out all the time, doesn't it? Blocking to set up a touchdown, and then around the corner, he wasn't looking to get out of bounds. We have a flag on the play.
More discussion.
Holding, offense. 10-yard penalty for the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
Okay, so consecutive plays and flags on both.
Well, it's a spot foul, so it looked like it only went back 5 yards. Here's the replay. Let's there it was on the outside. It was a block on Cam Dulesky, who was trying to hold the edge out there near the sideline. So that's why you would hear hold, 10-yard penalty, no spot foul, marking it back from there. So it's only 5. It's not as big a killer as it could have been.
Ball backed up to the 28-yard line. As the clock continues to run, as we near 5 minutes to go in the first down and 25 for Adam Caruso and the Shawsheen Tech Rams, looking for another unbeaten season. Inside give for Cam Banda, the younger brother of the Banda twins, Jake and Eric. We've talked about Jake quite a bit. Eric plays as a two-way starter on defense, and Cam is near 70 carries on the season.
Take a look at the offensive line. You pull the backside guard around 52, Alan Colantoni. Hope I got that one right, but 52 with a nice block coming up through there. And there's Cam Banda, the sophomore.
They get 10 yards on the play, 2nd down and 15. Oh, that's offsides.
There we go.
Paul Moore jumped
Encroachment. Defense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
And there's your 5 back from the holding call if you're looking at it from the Shawsheen Tech side of things.
Ball pushed to the 40, 2nd and 10. Shawsheen offense on the year averaging 34 points per game. They allow just 8 per game. Caruso has it back on each of his hits. Banda scurries and met at the 43.
That's a split Banda backfield right there. I think brother Jake was leading the way from the other side up in there trying to block. So for Shawsheen, Brendan, it really is settling into how they're going to run things offensively. When you score on the first play, it is, you know, it's incredibly rare. So now you have the rest of your script, and if you're Shawsheen, now you're a lineman, you're setting your pads, you're getting into feeling the contact and being out there now, running a couple plays in a row.
3rd down and 4. Caruso, a dart, and he's quickly met. That's Pratt, just shy of 1st down yardage. Decision time now at midfield for Shawsheen.
I know I got on Jackson Bolin a little bit earlier on the touchdown, but this is a great open field tackle right here by Bolin. Nice job of bringing Pratt down right away. Gets down, shoots the legs, wraps the hands. That is as textbook as it could be.
Does TV 38 have the analytics to say 4th and 1, we go?
Yeah, I think I think in high school you're going, unless you got a heck of a punter, you're going for it. And there it is.
The catch, 1st down, looking for more. He's a quick cat. That's Pratt, number 2.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier the one-on-one tackle by Jackson Bolin. Unfortunately, one-on-one that time for him, and Dylan Pratt was able to shake him at the spot of the catch and then take that thing into the end zone for the score. That's twice now where Pratt has been matched up on someone that he's been able to get by, whether it was block or running through a tackle. And then there's no safety help to be able to bring Pratt down. And he houses that thing to the end zone. Ball comes out pretty quickly from the quarterback. Pretty easy pitch and catch. Make somebody miss a tackle. There you go. Now Shawsheen going for 2.
Missed the extra point after the first score. Jake Banda is in.
Should be in, yeah, it's in.
2-point conversion successful, 14-0 Rams. 2 scores by Dylan Pratt. First one for 77, and the one we just saw, 51-yard strike.
Yeah, and right now the 2 touchdowns for Shawsheen Tech, Brendan, have really one's a good block and a misplay from a corner, and then the other one is just straight up a missed tackle, one-on-one on 4th and short. So if you're Foxborough, it's not like you're getting smoked out there. You're not getting run over, they're not throwing it over the top of you. You got tackle, and you got disengaged from some blocks and then try to go tackle somebody. It's really been a great block and a missed tackle that has now put Foxborough down 14-0.
This is unfamiliar territory for the Warriors in this playoff run. They won each of their last 2 postseason games by shutting out their opponent. 31-0 over Archbishop Williams and 28-0 over Gloucester.
Well, Foxborough's been here 3 years in a row, so they know the ups and downs of this game, and that's that's hard to tell kids that are 15 to 18 years old. Listen, keep battling, but stay patient. We're not out of this thing. We're only 2:37 to go here, first quarter. Long way to go.
If last year was any indication, this was the final score. 14-0 Shawsheen to win the Division 5 title. Decent run back far side for Foxborough. Someone just got popped.
Yeah, that was Chris Callio dropped the truck stick on somebody. Oh my goodness. So there's 28 in white. Look at this contact. Boom. absolutely runs over Cole Pellegrino, the junior wide receiver defensive back. That'll get people fired up on that Foxborough sideline. Woo.
Third offensive drive for Foxborough. Officials call timeout. Curious to see what adjustment Foxborough makes offensively. We discussed some of the routes. Stileski has some arm.
Game clock to 2:12.
So you have to add 14 seconds to the clock, 2:13. What adjustments do you expect?
Well, maybe some shorter routes, definitely. But if there's play action, maybe the ability to get the ball to a tight end. Again, look at this Shawsheen defense, folks. Look at those. Look at the defenders that are lined up on the 40-yard line.
Not much room momentarily for Foley, bouncing and met.
I think it's going to have to be some throws to the wide receivers. And again, I don't know if the tight end is necessarily functional in this Foxborough offense, but you got all those safeties creeping up. It's hard not to try to pop one quick over the middle, Brendan.
Ralph Raymond comes up with the stop. Shawsheen, we mentioned, owns the state's longest winning streak. They also boast the state's best scoring defense, allowing just 8 points per game.
And they're very aggressive. Again, look at all of the people within 8 yards of the line of scrimmage, and now dropping off into a little bit of zone here.
Rice, the intended target. And that's Ralph Raymond again in coverage.
Yeah, I would say the other thing too, Brendan, is I think if I'm the Foxborough coaches and I'm telling Cam Dileski, look, if you're running around to make a play, then fine. But on this, it looked like it was more of a back foot kind of flip it up sort of throw. You know, I know there was some pressure there, but Dileski's got to try to step into that thing. And I know there was a defender on him. Actually, it looked like that hit the receiver in the breadbasket, and Rice didn't make that catch there on second replay.
Yeah, pretty tight window, but another 3rd and long for Foxborough. Have not been able to avoid these early on. Flip it, incomplete.
Yeah, Shawsheen's just bringing heat on that backside. And where the pressure was coming from Dileski's right, you're getting a one-on-one matchup on a wide receiver on the outside. So maybe that's where this thing has got to go. Look at the pressure from Shawsheen. Number 62, Jaron Molgard, was one of the defenders who was hot to trot to get all over Cam Dileski. And now another 4th down punting situation for Foxborough.
Sabe and Raymond are the 2 Rams back to return. This will be good field position for Shawsheen at their own 42-yard line. Already leading this Division 5 state championship game, 14-0.
Well, I'll tell you, the aggressiveness of Shawsheen on defense, Brendan, is really standing out. Foxborough's having some issues in terms of dealing with all of that pressure. And here's what's dangerous about that pressure. It's immediate. Guys are getting through and they're not getting touched, right? If you got no lineman who's out there battling and then they give up some pressure, that's one thing. But a lot of these Shawsheen defenders are just running free right into the Foxborough backfield.
Ball was marked out of bounds at the 48. Midfield, the spot for Shawsheen. Dylan Pratt has both of the touchdowns.
Wonder if Banda's getting the ball. Yep.
There he is, right through the middle, like a knife through butter. 12-yard gain to the 40-yard line of Foxborough.
What a really nice job by the offensive line, and then a really, really nice job of Jake Banda getting north-south. The handoff was, I think Banda might have went the wrong way and then took the step left, grabbed the ball, and it was wide open for Banda to just, I mean, I was just ripping him for 12 yards, and the Foxborough coaches are not thrilled.
They're in shambles, using their second timeout of this game already, this first half, that is.
Yeah, if you're Jack Martinelli, you've been around long enough to know that your team needs a little refocus or repivoting, and seems like he's doing that with this timeout.
Next on All Access. I'm Dan Roach. The Patriots brought the energy into their Monday night matchup with the Giants.
We'll hear what the players had to say after their 10th straight win.
A Monday night football game in Gillette Stadium was awesome. You know, that's kind of something you dream about as a kid.
I'm Scott Zolak, and Mike Vrabel takes us inside one of the biggest plays of the game.
That's the next guy he sees. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have a guy. He's going to the next level.
I'm Mike Reese. The Patriots are 11-2 at the bye. After 13 games, what have we learned about this team?
And I'm Steve Burton. Those stories plus Mac Holland's journey to the NFL.
Even now, I'm still learning. You know, whether it's from a Pop Douglas or a Drake May, it doesn't matter to me. I'm always learning.
Another first down run for Banda. Moving the offense for Shawsheen. Once again, 2nd down and 5 from the Foxboro 35 following the Warriors timeout. Couldn't help but notice in that promo video, it couldn't contain Scott Zolak in the booth what it will be like tonight when King Philip is here.
He gets more excited when the pizza gets there. Just being real. Actually, my man Zoe ain't feeling good tonight. I got a text from him just a little while ago.
Okay.
He's apparently sick. Right. Yeah. He said he'll be here later, so I'm sure he'll come and cough all over us or something like that.
N.Attleborough, King Philip in the Division III state title game later tonight on 2nd and short. They'll feed Banda again. No gain there, so it's 3rd and 4. An important 3rd down for Foxborough's defense to try and stay in this game. 1 quarter in the books
the end of the first quarter
of this Division V state championship game. Foxborough won the title in 2023. Shawsheen won it last year. They go for the repeat. Dylan Pratt's into that. It's a 14-0 lead for the Rams here at Gillette Stadium.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Start of the 2nd quarter here at Gillette Stadium, the Division V state championship game. A rematch of last year's contest. Shawsheen and Foxboro. The Rams with the ball at the Foxboro 34 on 3rd down and 3. Caruso the flip. Jake Banda the run. He reaches out. Did he get there for the first? It's close.
I think he's short. I don't know if we're going to get a measurement or not. I think this is, yeah, I think it's good. It's a good yard short of the first down. I thought for a second there, Banda had the ability to kind of cut through, but a really nice job on the outside there by Kawan Diaz of making sure to turn that play back inside.
Shawsheen Tech, it's their first time out of the half.
Wow. 3 timeouts this early is very rare for the first game that we have, Brendan.
This is 32 seconds into the quarter. A discussion. Now, they did go for it on 4th and 1 at midfield to lead to their second score. That actually resulted in a score on that very play to Dylan Pratt, who's impressed you. And you think for Shawsheen, Caruso, the quarterback, should just keep feeding him.
Yeah, I would keep feeding Pratt and working that matchup on the outside, 7 against 7 on the outside, and force those defenders at Foxborough to defend whatever side of the field that Pratt is on, and to be able to drag him down and make a tackle.
Adam Caruso, senior quarterback, has tossed 5 touchdowns to Pratt this year, make it 6, including the one we saw at the end of the first quarter. He's a perfect 3 of 3 passing, 134 yards. On 4th and 2, they need the 31-yard line to move the chains.
By the way, how fly are those Shawsheen helmets, huh?
Slick.
The purple, those things look good.
And a flag.
Do we get a substitution issue?
Substitution infraction. Offense. 12 players on the field in position. 5-yard penalty. 4th down.
Oh, my.
Well, that could happen out of a timeout.
Yeah, and Al Costabile and crew are not happy on the sideline there at all. So now you went from timeout, 4th and 2, knowing what you're going to run, to now the coaching staff scrambling to find a 4th and 7 play to get you 8 yards.
And not to mention the quarter break.
No doubt. Right.
Just to get on the same page and formulate a plan. It's a big 4th and 7.
No doubt.
For Foxborough's defense to stay in the game.
And if Shawsheen Tech can't convert this, ball's going to turn over to 38.
Caruso, a short lob. Banda is short. And can this be the momentum changer for the Foxborough Warriors? Turnover on downs.
I think it was Jack Taft, 24, who got in there and made a pretty good tackle. Ball comes out pretty quick. There it is to the outside, and yeah, Taft was the first one there, and then Cam Dulesky, the quarterback, came up and ended up finishing the play and getting Banda down on the ground. That's self-inflicted wound for Shawsheen right there. You take yourself out of what is essentially 4th and 2. That's pretty rough. Big stop for Foxborough, like you said, though.
Dulesky up the middle, spins. He avoids a tackle, a flag on the play.
Yeah, they're gonna get Shawsheen on a face mask when I think Dulesky was trying to like spin out of where the traffic was. It was all clogged up. He couldn't get through on the right side, and reached out, face mask.
Personal foul, face mask, defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run.
Yeah.
Results in a 1st down.
Pretty egregious grab there. Totally by accident, though, but it made big contact. And there you see Dulesky right there. And it was number 14, Ralph Raymond, who came up to try to make the play. Just got a little sloppy with his hands. So Foxborough now moves into Shawsheen territory here with 11:16 to go in the second quarter. So if you're Foxborough, hey, look, maybe you're not making plays, Brendan, if you're Foxborough, but if they're going to make mistakes and give you a free 15, maybe this is the time where the Warriors can take advantage of some of the gifts that the Rams have given them.
You know, what a swing this could be. Dulesky from under center. And just nowhere to go. We've called his name. Jaron Mulgard comes up with the stop.
The middle is just really bottled up, and I think that's where Shawsheen defensively and rolling everybody up close to the line of scrimmage, they're making sure that between tackle to tackle, they've got a lot of things buttoned up. So Foxborough might have to start to press the edges, or as we mentioned, just start throwing the ball to the outside, try to loosen up this defense a little bit.
Quan Diaz, 0 in white and gold. Number 1, Cameron Rice. They've been targeted in the early part of this game.
Yeah, they're giving Foxborough one-on-one coverage on the outside.
That's Diaz up top.
And there is no safety help. If you can get a throw down the field, it's there.
Dulesky does it himself, lunges to the 37. Sets up 3rd and manageable.
Yep, pull backside guard, straight quarterback run. There you go. Dulesky does a good job over the right side to be able to get 6 or 7 yards. And we take a look at it. Pretty good blocking that time by Foxborough. And again, it's working outside. You know, it's not a full-blown sweep, but again, you're working kind of on that outside leg of the right tackle over towards the tight end, because Shawsheen has just gobbled up the middle of the field against Foxborough.
This is progress. They've had 3rd and long most of the game. Dulesky, 1st down and more. Turns on the Jets. Weaves out of bounds inside the 10.
That's the first play they've really been able to get through up the middle all game long, Brendan. Cam Dulesky, the captain, with a rundown inside the 10-yard line. And backside, a decent block by the O-lineman. Dulesky gets through, and then on the outside, Quan Diaz, number 0. So we take a look at this once again. Look as Dulesky bounces outside. Look at 1 getting after it and blocking a Shawsheen defender. Great job on the outside.
30-yard scamper. Foley, the running back, plunging inside the 5.
You can call it plunging inside the 5. He's carrying people with him, is Ryan Foley. Watch number 2 in white. Here's where he gets the ball, and then look, thunk. I'm not running around you. I'm running through you. And they forced number 14, Ralph Raymond, to have to make a tackle on a 205-pound back. That's a mismatch.
Foley back with Dulesky. Keeper. Sandwiched. Nowhere to go, 3rd and 5.
Right, there was 1 play up the middle. But otherwise, Shawsheen has done a really good job in between the tackles of either getting free rushers, people in the backfield, or just kind of skunking these inside runs. Look at all of the Ram defense. Look at all the bodies that Shawsheen has committed to stopping the run in the middle of the field. Here's really where, I mean, run a formation where you know you're getting the man coverage on the outside, and then it should be there. You're on the 5-yard line. This would,
3rd and final timeout of the half.
you got if you're Foxborough, you got Quan Diaz on the outside at 6'3", 200. And if I'm gonna get man coverage, you might as well take at least 1 shot to be able to get it in the end zone to him.
You've said this. I'm surprised we've seen a team already burn all 3 timeouts with still 8:33 to go in the half. Here's our schedule for the MIAA Football State Championships. Year 18. The Crafts in Gillette Stadium host this event. It's terrific each and every year. A 3-parter, 3 days at Gillette. We saw Cohasset and Fairhaven capture their titles. We've got King Philip and N.Attleborough after this, and then the Division 8, 4, 2, and 1 title games tomorrow. No timeouts for Foxborough remaining.
None. Well, the math works on that. We go from 8 to 4 to 2 to 1.
It's like a Christmas carol.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dulesky reaches. Down at the 2.
Tough sledding up the middle against this Shawsheen defense. But he got a couple, and as you said, it's now 4th and 2.
Got to go here, right?
There's no question if you're Foxborough, you got to go for it. But what do? Are you going to try to just run it up the middle again? You're going to throw it to the outside. Again, there it is up the middle, and it was Jake Banda who beats a block on the outside and was grabbing at the feet of Cam Dulesky as he was trying to get through there.
We've mentioned the stout front of Shawsheen. Dulesky is 5'9", 170 pounds.
Wow, Foxborough packs it in with Shawsheen loading up. I think they got Shawsheen to jump off sides.
Encroachment defense. After distance of the goal remains 4th down.
They did.
Yeah, I'm just a little surprised that we know that. Look at that right there, right? Foxborough's running with 2 wings, and Shawsheen just loaded up. They jump off sides, so you get the free yard, but it's still out there for you, Brendan. I think if you put 2 wide receivers on the field and put them out wide, you're probably getting man coverage, and on the 1-yard line, you might be able to hit that old quick slant for a touchdown. But instead, it's full house big boy football with a lineman in the backfield.
And did they get the stop? They'll say touchdown for Foxborough. He just scored through.
They put 50 or 73, Matthew O'Keefe.
Wow, the guard.
At 6'2", 255, I said they put a big boy in the backfield. They gave it to him. We have not seen a replay. Here we are right down the goal line. Great job by our Craft Productions crew. I didn't know about that. Even from where I saw, I didn't think he got in, and it is pretty evident there. Nothing crossed the goal line, but Matthew O'Keefe has been given a touchdown. Senior captain, a big boy getting a touchdown in the state title game.
Well, the Shawsheen staff is livid.
Yeah, they should be.
Extra point. Higgins drills it.
Brendan, first of all, we had a great replay on that, and I didn't see anything get over the goal line. And I know whenever they replayed it in the stadium here, you could hear the Shawsheen fans and those coaches. I thought I saw one do a cartwheel. He was so mad. So here it is again. Let's look at 73. Now from there, it's really hard to tell. It doesn't look like the ball got over the goal line and there was no extension. But on the other angle that we had that was right down the goal line, I didn't see any reach over. So, you know, if you're Foxborough at this point, take it and run, baby. It's 14-7, and you know, hey, we got to give Foxborough credit. However that was adjudicated, they ended up putting a touchdown up on the board, and it's been a bit of an ugly start for the Warriors against a very aggressive Shawsheen team.
They made a stop on 4th and 7, deep in their own territory. This kick is squibbed to Shawsheen. Can they come up with an answer? There was breathing room through the middle of the field by Hadi Sabe, and he is brought down at the 40.
Yeah, Sabe just scoops this up and just starts going forward, and people block, and look at that, more hand tackling from Foxborough, and then finally brought down there by number 16, Owen Philbin. But pretty good field position for Shawsheen, getting that ball out to the 38-yard line. There's Sabe, who had the return there.
Tewksbury native, Shawsheen Tech in Billerica, Massachusetts, about 40 miles from Gillette. Fresh set of downs for Shawsheen. Jake Banda on the curl. First down and more for Banda into Foxborough territory.
Nice job by number 50, Nathan Molandane, to get out in front of Banda and be the personal escort. Look at 50, look at 50. Does a nice job of knocking a defender down right at the point of attack, where Banda ends up getting tackled and getting that first down.
Jake Banda entered this state championship game with nearly 1,700 rushing yards, 24 touchdowns on the year, 9 of them in the first 3 rounds of this state tournament in Division 5. First and 10 rather from the 47. It's Banda, limited pickup over the 45.
Yeah, in the semis, Banda scored out of the Wildcat and then had an interception to seal the game.
Huge play.
Yeah, massive. Banda's been a stud for years. We've known that. I mean, you can see the way he runs here today. Great block on the first touchdown for Dylan Pratt. Great job of 42. Banda selling out on the outside to help him get to the end zone.
Almost had a pick 6 in last year's D5 title game right here at Gillette Stadium. And that was an observation we both made looking at the entire field. A lot of teams that we saw last year, including these 2, are back in the state championship. This is the younger brother of Jake and Eric. It's Cam Banda working near side, just shy of the 40. 3rd and short for Shawsheen.
So as you mentioned, the younger Banda, nice job bouncing outside to be able to get that 5 yards there. Good vision by Cam Banda, as you mentioned. There he is getting around the corner, protecting the ball. That's smack there in the end of a nice 5-yard run.
Does the Banda band work for you?
You know what? A Banda of brothers might be better. I don't know.
Good. I like that one more.
Thank you.
Jake Banda nearly tripped up, stays on his feet, reaches forward. He's got the first, unless that knee is down.
How did he stay up?
Let's see where they mark him here, though. That was 3rd and 3.
Yeah, the Banda Express. Maybe we can go with that one. That time he ran into his own lineman and almost tripped himself, and then does a nice job of reaching out there to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Got to give it to you. This is 1 of 6. You're on your game. The Banda Express.
Well,
that's good.
I got fed that one. That was pretty good. Banda of Brothers was mine, legit, but Banda Express, yeah,
that's nice.
I don't want to get into orange chicken or anything like that.
4th and inches for Shawsheen. It's a 1-score game, 14-7. We approach 4 to go in the half.
And Foxborough jumped again. This time it was 37 on the edge.
Trevor Palmer
got that foot over the line of scrimmage. They're all over it.
Encroachment, defense. The 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Got to give Adam Caruso, the quarterback of Shawsheen Tech, some credit here, because this is twice now that he's barked them off sides.
Ball now spotted at the 33-yard line. And a fresh set of downs for Shawsheen. Looking to go undefeated for a 4th year in a row. Caruso lobs it. Incomplete. Intended for Nathan Smith.
And you know what? That's what we talked about with Foxborough, right? You get that man coverage on the outside, and there's no safety there to come over the top. Throw that thing down the field. Let your wide receiver try to go make a play. A lot of contact and holding right there. But that ball was headed out of bounds. Colby Hassett, number 20 for Foxborough, was on the coverage, going hands across America there in trying to slow down Nathan Smith.
Just the first incomplete pass for Adam Caruso. Dylan Pratt has both touchdowns. He bobbles the snap momentarily, and Foxborough bottles him up. 3rd and long.
Yeah, you can tell the timing of that play got bottled up, and then for Adam Caruso, it was, let's make sure we take care of the football and not turn this thing over. So now we caught it there in the end. Couldn't tell if it hit him in the hands, if he just misplayed it, or if that shotgun snap was a tad bit wayward. But bottom line is, Foxborough's now lining up on a 3rd and 14, and there's Colby Hassett.
He's put together a great year, one of 19 seniors for the Warriors. Seeking revenge from last year's loss. Foxborough did not score in last year's title game. They were blanked 14-0. It's a 14-7 game. Another stop potentially from getting off the field. Dylan Pratt, bottom of the screen. Caruso bluffs, floats it. Banda incomplete. Let out a roar. Game ball.
Well, ball right there to make the play, but that ball dangerously hit the hand of Jake Banda, out of the hands of Caruso. Banda is trying to bring that thing in, which you love, but if that football gets tipped up in the air, number 5 plays it on the outside, that thing could end up going another way. But nevertheless, a great job by Bull right there. Oh, look at the blood all over the jersey. I'm loving that. Bull flying around, one of the captains on this Warriors team.
Offense stays on the field for Shawsheen.
Timeout, Shawsheen Tech. It's their second timeout of the half.
With 2:50 left in this first half of the Division 5 state championship, Shawsheen uses timeout number 2. Foxborough does not have any remaining timeouts in this half.
Yeah, and Brendan, if this is me, I'm unlikely to get the first down. I'm going to tell my punter, this ball spotted at the 39-yard line. You should be able to kick this thing out of bounds inside the 10. So give me a long field. Foxborough's got no timeouts. You know they want to run the ball. I think this might be one where, you know, Shawsheen's got a timeout left. Brendan, there's 2:50 to go. And kick that thing out of bounds, get some field position. Maybe, you know, get 2 stops, lucky, call a timeout. Maybe you get to, you know, maybe getting the ball back inside enemy territory with like a minute to go.
And Foxborough has no timeouts left.
Right. So if they're going to run and get skunked, there ain't much they can do. As we've seen, I think they're unlikely to kind of throw the ball in this spot, because if it's incomplete, it's like giving Shawsheen a free timeout. So if I'm Shawsheen, I probably just punt this thing and try to get as much field position as I can. If it's 4th and 7, that's one thing, but it's 4th and 16, a little different.
And it's not what they're going to do.
No, they're lining up to go for it.
Caruso looking deep down the left side. Intercepted. Sort of works as a punt.
I guess so.
Jackson Bolin.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that. Oh, it's just like a punt. No,
is that how it sounded?
Well, no, but did you see the way that Foxborough sideline reacted? If a punt went out of bounds, they're not getting hyped up.
Fair enough.
They're hyped up because they made an interception and they made a play. So you've given momentum, and I understand the essence of it in terms of the field position. That if you kick the thing out of bounds and you're going to bring it back out to the 20. But this is just floated up into the middle of 3 players.
Well, to your point, who knows? You kick it, ball trickles a bit, butterfingers, and you get the ball.
Yeah,
right. Something like that. Let the ball bounce.
We'll see what now we'll see what Foxborough does here with 2:48 on there, 2:42, excuse me, no timeouts and down 7.
Cam Dulesky, Jake Banda coming after him. Dulesky throws it sort of away.
Yeah, and here's the thing. They had 2 wide receivers, one lined up on each side, and they ran an X through the middle of the field. And when I'm watching the wide receivers, I'm like, why isn't Dulesky throwing it? Well, it's because he was
there was a receiver in the area, just an incomplete pass.
Yeah, it was, look at the X of the wide receivers here, right? So Banda doesn't show. Dulesky's got the ability to throw it to one of those wide receivers. And instead, that ball just gets thrown away.
He's only 5'9", too.
Right. Running around like crazy.
Their first touchdown of the night scored by Matthew O'Keefe, the offensive guard, at 6'2", 255. So on 2nd and 10 from the 23, Dulesky snakes free momentarily. Will take some of the purple jerseys with him to the 30-yard line.
Boy, I might call it, if I'm Shawsheen, I might call timeout right here. Stop this clock with outside 2:20 to go, knowing that now I know they're going to save it and use it on 3rd down, so you could say it's splitting hairs. Boy, a lot of fight, but you can see Foxborough still in there grinding away. Look, Dulesky's done a really nice job of battling out there in the run game.
Their first 2 drives, they had several 3rd and 10s, 3rd and 11s. And they've put the ball in manageable spots now on 3rd down and 4. 1:45 to go in the half. No timeouts. Dulesky barks out for the football. Foley changes direction. Motors out to the 32.
I was going to say, Brendan, it feels like at some point for Foxborough, you'd love to get Ryan Foley and Jack Taft involved more in this game, but that's where Shawsheen has done such a good job of loading up defensively and in between the tackles. Those guys haven't been able to get going. It's really trying to run plays and find answers to the outside. And now because, well, I was just going to say, I looked up and the clock was running, and I'm like, wait a minute, what are we doing here? It looks like they just reset it and added some time.
Timeout, Shawsheen. It's the 3rd and final timeout of the half.
Okay, so that's why they put because the clock had wound down to 1:15. They bumped it back up to 1:36 here. And if you're Shawsheen, you've kind of done the job. Now can you get a little punt return magic here? Maybe, just maybe. and then find a way to get into Foxborough territory here with a minute to go, and maybe Shawsheen can make something happen.
The Rams jumped out to a 14-0 lead. Quarterback Adam Caruso found senior receiver captain Dylan Pratt twice, a 77-yard touchdown and a 51-yard touchdown. Most of those yards after the catch. Pratt led all of Division 5 a year ago with 12 touchdown receptions. He's come to play on this big stage. And then thanks to a 4th and 7 stop, Foxborough went basically the length of the field and punched one in to make this a one-score game. Now Shawsheen deferred and decided to receive the ball to start the second half so they could go for the double score, which is back these days in Foxborough.
Yeah, right.
Pratt is the man underneath. Trickles far side by the 40 for Caruso and the Shawsheen offense with 1:26 remaining, no timeouts.
Not awful field position, and you do have a quarterback in Adam Caruso, who's a senior, who can fling the bean a little bit. So let's see if they start throwing the football all over the lot, or does this become, we'll just run it out and head in with a 14-7 lead. I think if you're Shawsheen, you've had the foot on the accelerator all day, especially on defense. Why not have it here?
Banda lines up as a receiver,
and
far side of the field. There's that diamond
they
again.
ran the diamond formation earlier where they jumped off sides. Now running it again, and it just turns into a screen that goes nowhere.
Yeah, Raymond has no room to breathe on that far sideline. Tackled inbounds, clock's moving.
So instead of the up man in the diamond, it is the back point man in the diamond, where you're trying to get all the wide receivers to block, and good pursuit from Diaz down the line at defensive end. And it seems like Shawsheen, Brendan, I think they are pretty content with the spot they were in. This is under a minute to go here in the first half, and Shawsheen taking their time, getting lined up, getting the line of scrimmage.
Caruso floats it over the middle. Nothing there. Raymond falls to the ground. There are no flags. Of course, the Shawsheen fan base wants laundry on the field.
Let's take a look at this. No, just contact over the middle. Nothing, nothing egregious or dirty about that at all.
All right, stepped in to do your job there for a moment. I apologize.
No,
just, everyone loses their minds over everything.
Yeah.
Here's the MIAA Football State Championship schedule here at Gillette Stadium across 3 days. Congratulations to Cohasset, Division 7 champs, and to Fairhaven, topping the 1 seed Norwell in the Division 6 title game last night. We got King Philip, the Warriors, taking on N.Attleborough. That's coming up next around 7:45 p.m. And then we go Division 8, 4-2-1 tomorrow.
Yeah, the Catholic Memorial Bishop Fian game has been talked about a bunch. Anytime Zavarian is playing in a state title game, that's always on people's radar.
Division 8, West Boylston and Randolph, a rematch of last year as well, just like these two teams. It's 3rd and 10 for Shawsheen Tech, the Rams, at 12-0. They own the state's longest winning streak of 26 consecutive games. And it might be up there. Caruso, the quarterback, inside give. Cam Banda keeps the pile moving. That's a first down inside the 50.
Talk about blocking for your little brother. Number 42, Jake Banda. Watch 42. Hits a guy, hooks a guy, keeps blocking. Talk about securing the edge for little brother to be able to make sure he can get around there and get the first down. Nice job by little Banda, big Banda, blocking people like a bear.
Kung Fu Banda.
Banda bear.
Let's see if Caruso airs one out. He fires deep right side. Incomplete. As the clock hits triple zeros. First half concludes. Shawsheen gets the ball to start the second half.
Yeah, Shawsheen defensively very aggressive so far. Foxborough struggling to find a way to run between the tackles, but the throwing game is there, so our big adjustments coming for Foxborough.
We will step aside, come back in a moment to get you set for the second half. Number 1 seed in Division 5, Shawsheen Tech aims for a repeat, up 14-7 on Foxborough.
lead the way and block. I got a funny feeling Brother Banda, 42, might be getting the ball here pretty soon.
Jake had 42 rushing yards in the first half. Cameron had 28. This is Jake Banda. It's a loss. Foxborough coming out, setting some tone defensively.
And the first time any hesitation running the ball from Jake Banda there. He decided to bounce it outside, but Jack Taft was there for Foxborough. Take a look at this once again. And you'll see 42 in purple get the ball and then boop, put the foot in the ground right there. Had nowhere to go. Really nice job by Foxborough there. And Jack Taft kind of throwing the arms around him and pushing him out of bounds.
Jack Taft, a two-way starter, running back and linebacker, 6 feet, 185 pounds, 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, Taft had 3 tugs in the semifinal win over Archbishop Williams. That was 31-0 in a game where Foxborough was up 31-0 at the half.
Pratt is in the slot. Instead, it's Jake Banda the catch. Looks to turn those legs. He's a few yards shy of the first down.
Yeah, not bad on 4th and 8. It looks like they're going to get it down to about 4th and 2 with Banda catching this out of the backfield. Just a little swing route, turn it up, no one's there, runs through a defender, and then there is the rest of the Foxborough Warriors led by Gabe Boole, the senior captain. Got blood all over him.
And first time tonight, Shawsheen will punt. It's Dylan Pratt, the receiver. No, it's a fake. Raymond has got the first down. Nathan Smith, I beg your pardon, the sophomore receiver defensive back, took the snap and angled for the first down. Shawsheen.
You were all over that, Brendan. I'm anxious to see the replay because I kind of lost the ball and what was happening there. You could tell that it was so it went to the, that's why I lost the ball. It goes to the up man, and then almost like you're bringing somebody around in motion if you were running like a wishbone. There comes number 15, Nathan Smith, around to be able to, so it's a misdirection fake punt. That's hard to pull off. Great job by Shawsheen.
Quarterback keeper Caruso has not used his legs, and he is met heavily by the front of Foxborough. They are in Warriors territory now with inside 9 minutes to go here in the third. It's a rematch of last year's state championship game between Foxborough and Shawsheen. The Rams of Shawsheen with the win, 14-0 a year ago. And 2 years ago, Foxborough won it, defeated number 1 seed Hanover. So Foxborough's been here 3 years in a row. And Shawsheen, 2nd year in a row, going for a repeat.
Boy, the one thing that stands out about Al Constable's group at Shawsheen, they've been aggressive tonight on defense and here on 4th down.
Cam Banda scurries and is dropped at the 46. May have lost a yard.
Like Banda was trying to get something out of his helmet there, trying to go to the wide side. Just a really nice job by Foxborough, stringing that thing along. Nice work by Cam Dulesky to turn that play inside as well. And there's little brother Banda.
He got 2, so 3rd and 8. Cam leaves the field. This is old school. Go to the head coach to get the play call.
Yeah, very much so. But, you know, the thing that people forget about is you got to have guys on a roster that if, say, a wide receiver or a running back are going to run plays into the game, you got to make sure you can depend on those guys. So in some instances, when you're using wide receivers and running backs, unless it's like on unless it's on like your wrist, you can end up getting lost in translation.
Lou Holtz style.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, you can trust offensive linemen, I think. And believe it or not, you can trust tight ends, I think, to run in plays. I didn't believe it when I worked at Christian Fourier. He was giving me all this bunk about how the tight ends are great and they're the smartest guys out there. And then Dante Scarnecchia coming on the radio with us and is like, yeah, the tight ends next to the quarterbacks are like the smartest guys out there.
No more
I'm like, thanks, Scar.
No more Fouriers at Foxborough, right?
No. Oh, no, I think there might be little ones. I think there might be like one more left.
All right.
But the rest have all gotten college scholarships somewhere.
Very good.
Saved Dad a bunch of 529 money.
Out of the timeout by Shawsheen. 3rd and 8. Jake Banda makes his move.
There goes.
First down for Shawsheen inside the 30.
Nice block by 44, James Tildesley, leading the way for Banda right there. 44 leading 42. Here we go. There's 44 leading the way. Just get in the way and allow Banda to be able to cut off of that. You got to love the way Jake Banda runs the ball. The last time he kind of danced around a little bit, but 42 normally gets north and south pretty quick. Nice run there.
Now 60-plus yards on the ground. Shotgun sack Caruso. Inside give. And he'll try to go outside. Banda, nothing there. Jake Banda, 42. Team's leading rusher, about 1,700 yards rushing on the season.
And you know what, Brendan? For the first time, it feels like this game is kind of moving at the pace that we thought it would. Not to sit here and say that the first half was slow, but everybody emptied their timeouts. You had some issues early on. And now it feels like Shawsheen has kind of gotten into the normal rhythm of churning the clock, moving the football.
I would agree. It's a loss of a yard, 2nd down 11.
And like you mentioned, last year this game was 14-0. So it wasn't like, I don't think the expectation of these two teams is that, you know, we were getting in the 50s on each side.
Jake Banda takes the handoff from Caruso. Inches forward for a couple.
Nice job by Foxborough there. 24, Jack Taft trying to drag Banda backwards and not allow him to get the extra yard or two. It's a good one-on-one battle right there.
So gain of 4, 3rd and 7. Outside of the first couple of drives in the first quarter, we have not called the name of Dylan Pratt as a receiver.
It's a good point.
He has both touchdowns for Shawsheen tonight.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if it's really about opportunity more than anything else. One-on-one outside with Cam Dulesky.
That's right, but they'll go inside to Banda. Foxborough is pinning their ears back to start this second half up front defensively.
Yeah, Taft is starting to get a little ornery out there. I know he hasn't done much offensively, so maybe turning him loose defensively is the way to go. Kawan Diaz, who's played a really nice defensive end today, also in there as well. And there's Shaq Taft, the junior. He had 78 rushing yards, 25 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns in the semifinal win over Archbishop Williams. More of an impact today here on defense.
They've gone for it every time on 4th down tonight. Caruso pitches. Banda worms forward. I don't think he's there.
No, way short.
Turnover on downs. It's Foxborough ball. They get possession with a chance to march down in time.
Interesting alignment. 2 D linemen on the inside, stand-up defensive ends, put a bunch of linebackers on the field, and it turns out that it's number 5, Gabe Buell, once again, who is in there to be a part of making the stop. And yeah, a good yard short. I know he's marked 2, but it was a good yard short was Banda there of the first down. So that's exactly what Foxborough needed.
No doubt.
You know, it's the old bend but don't break. They bent, didn't break, got the ball.
We've called out Taft's name a handful of times the last few plays defensively. Can they get the ground game going? Dulesky's had the magic. 60 yards in the first half. He tries to turn the corner. Stiff arm to the 40. Cam Dulesky at 5'9", the heart of a champion.
So the safety number 7 is on the back side of this play. So it's number 7, Dylan Pratt, who we mentioned earlier. He's on the back side of this outside run. So the one safety that Shawsheen had, too far away to be able to make an impact with the run going outside in the other direction. This Cam Dulesky's played his tail off today.
22-yard run. He's up to 82 yards on the night. Backs on each hip. Ryan Foley garners a minimal gain at best. So through the middle, they've had struggles trying to go to Foley and or Taft.
Yeah, they're just really between the tackles. It's been incredibly limited for Foxborough today to be able to get anything going and even get a running back to the second level. I don't know if they've done that other than maybe once between the tackles so far, Brendan.
And they haven't completed a pass. Yet they're down just 7. Dulesky pounces outside. Nears midfield.
Yeah, the one thing that the Foxborough defensive ends, led by Kawan Diaz, have done well is protecting that outside run. Shawsheen's going to have to get a little better at making sure that the defensive end to any outside run side isn't getting hooked, like right there for Dulesky to be able to get around the corner. So maybe if you're Shawsheen, it's more of those second and third level guys in the middle who can add some support for your D linemen. Make sure those D ends are trying to turn everything inside.
72, Ryan LaCroix, instrumental left tackle. Dulesky, he's finding gaps right now into Shawsheen territory at the 45. It's a first down for Foxborough.
Yeah, very nice job by Foxborough working the outside again. Nathan Melandon, number 50 in purple, does a good job of trying to force the play to the inside, but Dulesky runs through an arm tackle. Look at 50, set the edge, did a good job, but Dulesky got inside of him, and there was no one there to help, and it was number 7, Dylan Pratt, coming from way deep in the secondary to come up and make a stop.
Inside give, tripped up, Ryan Foley.
Boy, that play is made by Jake Banda, 42 in purple, and he is not going to get any credit for it in the stat sheet. He's working against number 73, Matthew O'Keefe. So 42 in purple. Look at him blow up 73 right there. Did you see that? So O'Keefe is the pulling guard. So Brendan, what's supposed to happen is, as the guard, you got to get low and you got to root him out of there. You got to find a way to create a seam. And there was just enough maybe to be able to get through, but not good enough blocking at the line of scrimmage. But Banda ended up shutting down that hole quickly from the pulling guard.
And O'Keefe is a load at 6'2", 255 pounds. It's a loss of 2, 2nd and 12. Inside 3 minutes to go in the third. Dulesky looking for his first completed pass through the hands of Diaz. So it's 3rd and 12. That was right there.
Yep, very much right there. And those are the ones, like, you know, you've been waiting to throw it, you've been waiting to throw it, you've been waiting to throw it. There it is, little tight end release. Boy, that's, yikes. That's big, big yards right there if that catch is made from Kawan Diaz.
It was a tad wide.
No, that feels like one where you've been sitting on it, you go over it at halftime and say, hey, we still got, you know, whatever they would call that. You know, we kind of had a play similar to that. It's called pass 13 far pipe in our offense back in the day when I played at URI.
He's throwing again, Dulesky over the middle, and Rice makes the grab. It's Diaz with the catch, Diaz the grab in the red zone. Their first completed throw. Foxborough is threatening to tie the game.
And we said with that man coverage on the outside and those safeties sucking up on play action, that's exactly what happens. And Diaz slides down to catch the ball. Ball's a little better thrown and led out there for Diaz. Look how wide open he is, and look how there's no safety there. If he can maintain his feet, that thing is housed for a touchdown.
28-yard completion from the 17. Foxborough down 7. Dulesky the give, and Jack Taft is stopped immediately.
Yeah, really nowhere to go. A couple of Shawsheen jerseys over there. It looks like we have, I think we have a Shawsheen player
Officials
down.
timeout for an injured player.
And Jake Banda is down for Shawsheen. We will keep an eye Here is the MIAA Football State Championship schedule. It's a 3-day affair here at the home of the 6-time world champion New England Patriots. Cohasset and Fairhaven won their state title games last night. After this, King Philip takes on N.Attleborough in the Division III state championship game. And we will see the Division 8, Division 4, Division 2, and Division 1 state title games with you here tomorrow. TV 38, Patriots YouTube, and Patriots.com. Band gives the thumbs up. Yep.
There we go.
Huge.
That's what Shawsheen Tech fans were looking for.
Now, the one downside is he's leaving the field in a pivotal part of this game.
That's right. Got to miss a play, and then hopefully he can. Oh, yeah, a little cramping going. There we go. Slam that pickle juice. Ugh.
Brings back memories to last year.
No, it does bring back memories to last year. That's right.
Dulesky catches the high snap.
Didn't somebody, was it on our crew, somebody found like frozen pickle juice or something like that after one of the games? Didn't we? Yeah, wasn't it down there?
It was up in the booth with us.
Oh, I forgot about it. Yeah, I tried to put that out of my mind.
Wonder if each player has their own individual. That was an individual cup.
Yeah, that was
ready to go.
Yeah.
That was down the Banda Express.
That was. Oh. Man, it's pretty rough.
3rd down and 8.
It's crazy.
Foley dots the I, now joins Dulesky on his hip. Dulesky is brought down. 4th down for Foxborough.
Look at I mean, Shawsheen just with defenders in the backfield all around the running back. 62 once again, Jaron Mulgard just back there running around in the backfield for Shawsheen. Nowhere for Cam Dulesky to go.
Under 30 seconds to go in the 3rd.
Well, this is one of those where maybe if you had a kicker, you might take, but again, we're in high school here, and it's catch as catch can in terms of the kick game. We'll see Mulgard's running around again in the backfield with nobody touching him.
Rice and Diaz lined up left side. Dulesky goes to the far sideline, incomplete. He was looking for Colby Hassett, the senior captain. Turnover on downs, and it remains a 1-score lead for Shawsheen.
And it looked like he was open. It looked like there was separation there on the outside. Here's what it looks like from Cam Dulesky, and yeah, if that ball's just inside a little more, I think Dulesky may have needed to have just waited one more heartbeat before throwing that football and allow him to get out a break.
3 seconds left in the quarter.
So Shawsheen burning a timeout here, it looks like.
Timeout, Shawsheen Tech. It's their 2nd timeout of the half.
There we go.
Interesting call.
Yeah, very interesting with 3 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. Calling a timeout before you run a play before the end of the half. And like, there's nothing field condition wise. Like, Brendan, if there were heavy wind on one side, right, then maybe I can understand because of the wind. Maybe you want to take advantage of trying to throw one deep or something like that. But with none of those extenuating circumstances going on, yeah, it's unusual to be up 7 and then bang your 2nd time out of the 2nd half with 3 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter.
In a 1-score game, on the brink of heading to the 4th quarter, Shawsheen Tech, the reigning champs of Division 5. They won this game against Foxborough last year, 14-0. And they are aiming to go undefeated once again. An undefeated regular season for the 4th year in a row. They own the state's longest winning streak, 26 consecutive games. This senior class, Caruso, the quarterback included, has gone 49-2 the past 3 seasons.
Well, Caruso was lined up outside, and it was a direct snap to Jake Banda. Now, Banda,
End of the third quarter.
I think Banda scored out of the Wildcat last week. So they go there, get it to Banda, and we got ourselves a whale of a fourth quarter coming up.
And the pickle juice did its job. He's back out on the field. 1 quarter to go in this Division 5 state championship game. Shawsheen 14, Foxboro 7. Solid contingents from both schools, Foxboro and Shawsheen Tech, Division 5 state championship game. Despite the temperature being in the high teens, which is not that believable considering how cold. It's a direct snap again, Gresh, to Jake Banda. This time it was on 2nd and 4.
Well, when you put Banda in the Wildcat and you direct snap it to him, it gives you the extra blocker. So if you're Shawsheen, I don't hate this strategy at all. Just direct snap it to arguably your best player. Let him run the ball, get you the extra blocker. Take it from there. Nice block on the outside from Pratt.
Back in the starting quarterback, senior Adam Caruso. Shawsheen leading by 7. 1 timeout remaining. They burned one with 3 seconds to go in the third. Looking for back-to-back state titles. Foxboro trailed 14-zip into the 1-score game in the second. Caruso airs it out. Incomplete. Throwing on first down. We haven't seen much of that tonight.
It is interesting, Foxboro going for it on 4th down, because Andrew Higgins did kick a 30-yard field goal in the semis and might have been able to get some extra points. And if that ball is not tipped by Cristiano Appoltz, I think might get intercepted there by the Foxboro Warrior defense. So a nice job of inadvertently playing some defense there for Shawsheen.
A Falls, a sophomore from Bedford. Shawsheen in Billerica. Banda along the line. Turns upfield. Launches himself, I think enough for a first.
Nice job by 7 in purple on the outside. Dylan Pratt, a couple of touchdowns, doing the work on the outside to try to win this game. Nice job of blocking there. You could see he was working Cam Dulesky and was able to block him enough to allow Banda to get around the corner.
And marked out of bounds at the 38. 3rd down and 2. Jake Banda, two-way starter, running back and linebacker, the captain. Takes the snap.
Another offsides.
False start.
False start.
False start.
That's huge for Foxborough.
5-yard penalty.
No doubt.
Remains 3rd down.
Takes you out of
7.
Takes you out of 3rd and 2, and now you're 3rd and 7. They had Pratt lined up outside. I don't even know if they had Caruso lined up wide in the game this time, with Banda lined up in the Wildcat.
We've got 2 of the longest tenured head coaches in the state of Massachusetts featured in this game. Al Costabile, year 34 at Shawsheen, and for Foxborough, Jack Martinelli, 44th season. Caruso on 3rd and 7, and needed 39 for a 1st down. Eludes, fires over the middle, behind the receiver. 4th down and 7.
I understood what Adam Caruso was trying to do there, but a little dangerous flipping that ball over the middle. Caruso rolling out. Yeah, that's an illegal. I understand the effort, but when you're running to your left and throwing to your right,
throw it away.
Well, yeah, there are guys in this game who play here on Sunday. Guys in this stadium who play here on Sundays can't make that throw.
Are we going to see our first punt of the day?
I think we are.
From Shawsheen, that is.
Oh, gotcha.
Pratt, good boot.
They cranked that thing.
End over end.
Wow. What a catch by Cam Rice for Foxborough. And in all honesty, Brendan, the way that thing was trending, it was rolling inside the 10-yard line. So I really think Cam Rice, this is a heck of the over-the-shoulder catch. And if he misses that, that ball's going to hit at the 25-yard line and take a bounce towards the goal line.
Game of inches. That's really been the case for Foxborough in this game. Trailed 14-0. Nothing was going right. They had 3rd and long multiple times, and got a huge score from the O-lineman Matthew O'Keefe to cut it to 7. Dulesky has put the team on his back from a running standpoint. Play action. Pocket folds. Down he goes. Here come the Rams. It's a herd. Nathan Mallandane has his 6th sack of the season.
Mallandane's also had a couple of good blocks today as well. 50 in purple. Boy, there's 62 once again. Jerron Molgard taking up a running back, and no help for Mallandane whenever he ends up getting through and making the play.
Loss of 13 yards, 2nd down, 23, 10 minutes to play in the Division 5 state championship.
Yeah, if you're Foxborough, it may not be your cup of tea to throw the ball, but it might be your best way to win a state title here is to start to throw the ball to the outside and take advantage of this aggressive Shawsheen defense.
And they still have 3 timeouts. They used 2 of them early in the first half. Dulesky has 1 completion tonight. Deep ball near side. Rice came back for it. Works the official.
Well, that's a nice job by our MIAA crew of not calling any OPI or DPI there. You had hand checking going on between Diaz and Apples. Well, it looks like both guys are grabbing onto each other. So I know that the Shawsheen fans, or excuse me, the Foxborough fans are wondering what in the world is going on. And that's number 2, Ryan Foley, down for Foxborough. He might need some pickle juice. He does have trying to see who was down, and he had a huge pad on the right side of his leg. So there's Foley right there, and below his right knee, like they were looking. Yeah. Oh, so he's got pads on both sides. on the outside. I've rarely seen that before. Most people nowadays want their knees showing. Like, I don't understand that. The whole, yeah, they're like wearing shorts. Don't get it. He's got extra pads.
Foley is the leading rusher for Foxborough. Just over 700 yards on the season. 3rd and 23. High snap, Daleski is met. Welcome to Eric Banda, the twin brother of Jake.
Wow.
Stand out on the defensive end, the quarterback of their defense.
How about that? The other Banda brother. We had heard from Jake Banda, we had heard from Cam Banda, and now Eric Banda, the senior, number 57 in purple, gets in there and makes that play pretty easy.
He wants his name in the paper to get cut out, not put on the fridge too, if they win this state title game.
Oh boy. Wouldn't you just print the online article and put it on the fridge now? Isn't that what you do?
I guess so. Oh, nearly blocked by Shawsheen. And Pratt lays off. It bounces to Patriot in midfield. Shawsheen with the ball at midfield, up 7 in this Division 5 state championship game. This has got to be about ball control.
Yeah, if you're
now.
Yeah, if you're Shawsheen, you've got field position, right? So that's a big thing. So right now, ball's on the 50. If you can move the chains twice and then maybe make a decision, I'm playing field position if I'm Shawsheen right now.
Of course, the end goal is to punch it in, but not give Foxborough,
of course,
much time to work with.
If you can score, you score clearly, but otherwise, you got field position and time on your side right now.
Jake Banda. Gain of 4. It's been the workhorse all season. Two-way starter. 24 rushing scores on the year. 9 of them in the first 3 rounds of these state playoffs.
And there's your replay. Nice job by Diaz to at least get a hand on Banda as he goes by to be able to try to slow 42 in purple down, who's having himself a whale of a game without having gotten in the end zone.
Dylan Pratt, the senior receiver, has both scores. It's number 7 in purple at the bottom of your screen. There's a gain of 3 officially for Banda, 2nd and 7. They'll mix it up with Cam Banda, the younger brother. And it's 3rd and 5 upcoming for Shawsheen. Foxborough's holding up at the top of their defense, Gresh, along the front line defensively.
Yeah, just for Foxborough, in terms of what they're doing up front, it's got to get better. Sadly, there's just no way about it. They've got to be more disruptive. We've talked about the guys in purple getting on the other side of the line of scrimmage. If you're Foxborough, the guys in white got to do the same thing.
Direct snap, Jake Banda. He's tripped up.
There you go.
Huge play by Daleski. There's quarterback on offense and defensively sniffs that play out.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And look at what happened, right? That's a 4-yard loss from the quarterback coming out and getting behind the line of scrimmage and blowing up the play. It's worked for Shawsheen tonight. Nice job by Daleski. And he's had some struggles, but 12 in white has battled his tail off tonight. He can be proud of the effort that he puts in. Nowhere for Banda to go there.
Daleski's first year at quarterback, defensively last year in all-conference corner. Pratt to kick it away. 2nd straight drive for Shawsheen, ending with a punt. It's down at the 22-yard line.
You know what? It's one of the advantages that Shawsheen had is field position, and I don't hate them forcing Foxborough to have to go 80 yards to put this in the end zone. Brendan, I think the question is, will Foxborough start to try to throw the ball a little more consistently, or are they just going to try to run this thing in the edges and maybe give up and running against the middle of this Shawsheen defense.
Foley is back out there. He was shaken up on the previous drive. 2 in white. Daleski barks for the call. Scans the line. All purple jerseys collapse on him.
Yeah, great job of running to the football by the Shawsheen defense. Now, by the way, on that last play, Diaz is lined up out wide, and he's matched up one-on-one. So there is the ability to be able to throw the ball. Nice job of Shawsheen at turning that play back inside. We talked about that a couple different times. Turning that thing back in. Don't let Daleski bounce it out. Force him to wear the rest of those purple shirts can get there and help make the play.
First offensive drive for Foxboro in the second half. Daleski was having his way with the quarterback keepers. Adjustment made by Shawsheen and head coach Al Costabile on 2nd and 8. Not a whole lot there for Jack Taft.
You know, you give Shawsheen the edge along the lines of scrimmage, really on both sides. They've done a good job today, especially on defense. That's why I said for Foxborough, they got some kids with some size. It's time to start, moving some people and running behind your big boys and maybe getting Jack Taft more involved in this game here in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Shawsheen front has been the most consistent aspect of this Division V state championship game. As we approach 5 minutes to go in regulation. Daleski looking, pocket folds, he steps up, he throws on the run. A nice effort to get it downfield.
That's a great, it's a great job by Daleski, Brendan, to avoid the sack. It's number 42, Jake Banda. I talked about the free rushers. Right up the middle. Nobody even hit him with a chicken wing on the way up the middle.
We hear head coaches in these state championship games how imperative the kicking game is. That's been this fourth quarter. Punting the football effectively. Almost blocked. Fumbled, but recovered by Shawsheen. That was close. Sabe comes up with it.
Yeah, Sabe gets the ball handle and the recovery there. We'll take a look at 5 in purple. Ugh. You can see the sheen on that ball, too. Then it gets cold, and then it gets slick.
So here we go again.
So really, yeah, I was literally just going to say, Brendan, wasn't it 8 minutes to go and Shawsheen had the ball on the 50-yard line? So now it's 4:53 to go, and they've got the ball on the Foxborough 48. Pretty much the same situation. Can they either score or run some real clock here to finish this thing?
Jake Banda lost the football, and Foxborough believes it has it. They do.
So Jake Banda has been pretty good with the football here today, and they couldn't tell who that was. Might have been number, was it 50 in there, or was it 5?
Number 5, Gresh.
Right. So Bull, who has had some issues today, rips it out of the hands of Jake Banda, and now Foxborough is back in business with 4:45 to go.
Credit to number 20, Colby Hassett, scooped the football up. Midfield, 3 timeouts, 4:45 left. Foxborough with the ball down 7. Daleski puts Cameron Rice in motion. Daleski heaves it. Incomplete. Diaz, the closest receiver in the vicinity.
Yeah, good pocket there for Daleski to throw the football. Couldn't tell if Diaz got held trying to run that route across the field. But nevertheless, it falls incomplete. But the big thing was great pocket by the Foxborough offensive line. Take a look at it here once again. This is about as clean a pocket as Cam Daleski has had all day. And yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of contact. He was trying to get what I think was the over route to Kawan Diaz, and he did have 5 underneath.
41, Rick Raymond. He sort of stopped his running toward the quarterback. 41 in purple, Daleski. There's Banda.
Banda Bear just attacked on that one, but that play is really made by Quinn Carbone, number 1. When you see the replay, watch for number 1 in purple. He's going to come out. Look at him force this thing inside. See, Daleski was like, I'm not getting around him. So one Carbone does the great job. Watch him come up right here. Look at this. He beats him to the outside. Carbone stops, and then Banda attacks.
It's a great call out by you. Carbone sets up the two-way all-star. 3rd down and 12. Daleski runs for his life again. He steps up, fires right side.
Wow.
Incomplete. He stepped up in the pocket so well. He's made that adjustment today. He was looking for Taft, but incomplete.
Well, I know we've called his name a couple of times, but 62, Jerron Molgard. Look at 62. Look at him. Free. And a great job in the pocket by Cam Daleski to avoid the contact and almost get a completion down the field. 24, Jack Taft was wide open, but it was Molgard, 62, who kind of threw the timing of that play off. And I want to say that's like the 5th time.
I agree.
That 62 has just been it's a run through. They're not even touching him.
He's only a junior. We could see him back here next year. Shawsheen Tech is gunning for a repeat. Foxboro will go for it on 4th and 12. Daleski fires left side into double coverage. Turnover on downs.
Yeah, no real underneath option there for Daleski.
I'm surprised they went for it there.
Well, it felt like a one-man route. What I'm surprised at is that if you're going to throw it, you only got one guy kind of running around. There was no one underneath. There were no outlets to be able to get the ball to. I mean, Foxboro's down. To me, they got to go for it.
Coming up next, the Division III state championship game. Number 1, King Philip takes on number 7, N.Attleborough. Looking forward to that. KP back in the state title game once again for the 8th time in 9 years. This time in Division III, not Division II. 1st and 10, Shawsheen up 7. Jake Banda has worked right a ton tonight. Shoots out of a cannon inside the 35.
So close, so close. Gabe Bull ends up making the tackle there. Number 5 in white saves a touchdown. And there's Banda. Had good lean going through the hole. And it was 5 in white who had to come from the other side of the defense to make that tackle there.
1st down run, so no sense for Foxborough to use a timeout now.
No. But if you're Foxborough, the clock is your enemy right now with 3:07 and rolling.
Handed to Banda. Halted at the 33.
Boy, Banda just doing a nice job of kind of dancing around, trying to find just a little bit of space to be able to try to get upfield. Not much going right there against that Foxborough defense.
Still no timeout call by Foxborough.
A little surprised at that, especially because 2nd and 8.
Right.
Like if it was 2nd and 2, I might understand being like, all right, we might give it up, you know, reset the downs here. But on 2nd and 8, yeah, you would think you would have banged away a timeout if you're Foxborough.
Have to avoid the gut punch here from the 32. Caruso, the inside give. Bouncing outside, Cam Banda. 3rd and medium. Now for Shawsheen.
And now Foxborough has, I do believe, called their first. Yeah, there we go.
It's Foxborough's first time out of the half.
All right. So, Brendan, what they're thinking is, I think they're going to try to keep one in the pocket here. But yeah, the cross insurance player of the game for the Foxborough Warriors is their quarterback, Cam Deleski. 19 carries, 81 yards, had a long rush of 30. He's been dancing around at all the pressure that Shawsheen has thrown at him in the pocket all day. There is your cross insurance player of the game for the Foxborough Warriors.
It was not for a lack of effort, including that last drive. He avoided pressure as best as he could, and just by a few inches he missed some receivers tonight. Rice, Taft
had a couple
recently.
where it was short.
And on the other side, Dylan Pratt, 2 touchdowns in the state title game, both in the first half of this game. One was the first play from scrimmage for Shawsheen offensively.
Yeah,
77 yards and a 51-yard score.
He had a great first quarter, and then we didn't hear much from Dylan Pratt after that, which is okay. Touch it 3 times, house it twice.
And
no complaints.
He has been out there on special teams.
Yes. Big 3rd and 5 for Shawsheen.
No doubt. They need the 24. Can Foxborough stop Jake Banda? They do. 4th and short. Just when you want to count Foxborough out, they come up with a crucial stop.
Second time out of the half.
But Shawsheen has punted just twice tonight. Now, of course, in this case, they are at the 28.
Well, this is also, you know, you could argue, here's your key moment of the game. It's 4th and 4. If Shawsheen gets a first down, Foxborough's only got 1 timeout left. Basically, they win the game. So for Shawsheen, do you have a play where you can get 5 yards that you believe in? Go get those 5 yards, and you win this football game, arguably, with 1:59 to go.
Shawsheen's 5th state title game appearance in school history. One of them was last year. They defeated Foxborough 14-0 for their second title in school history, their first since 2010. And now in a position to win back-to-back. If they get 4 more yards, they can start celebrating. They're pretty close to it.
Get the first down, you win the game.
Caruso, the senior quarterback, with Jake Banda alongside. They hand it to Jake Banda. Jake Banda has enough for the first.
Hand it to arguably your best player. Let him find a way to get his. They're going to measure. It looks like a first down to me. Where that was spotted, and we saw it earlier. So here's our first chain gang. I think they got it. I'll just call it right now. I think they got it. Let's see. Stretchy.
No doubt.
Got it. Yeah, by the length of the football. That was easy. You hear the Shawsheen crowd erupt because they know what that means. Their Rams are going to win themselves a state championship unless something really odd happens.
1 timeout left for Foxborough, 1:51 on the game clock left in regulation. It was a tall task this year for Adam Caruso, the senior quarterback, stepping into the shoes of Sid Tildesley, who was an all-world quarterback in the entire state last year, but he has handled the responsibility beautifully, finding the receiver Pratt, featuring the Banda brothers in the backfield, using a stout offensive line. The defensive line has been the bread and butter, really. That was the theme of the game, that front of Shawsheen defensively.
Yeah, no doubt. The aggressiveness of the Shawsheen defense, and then
Foxborough is their 3rd and final time out of the half.
And then to close out this game, it turned into the Banda Express with Jake Banda just getting it done. Tough running, tough yards. Critical moment to win a championship. Turn to arguably your best player. Give him the football. He got 5 yards when they needed 4. I'm sure that if you're Jack Martinelli you are telling all your guys, first person to the ball carrier grabs them. The second one, you're trying to rip that ball out. So this is where your practice habits can come into play. How much have you worked on gang tackling and stripping the football? And you can see the Shawsheen kids are starting to celebrate. But if you're on the football team and you're out there right now, don't be jumping around too much. You still got to finish it.
Caruso to a knee. So Shawsheen reached this pinnacle stage a year ago for the first time in 14 years. They got the job done with a shutout win, and we thought maybe how the first quarter went tonight, we'd get a lot of offense compared to last year's game.
Yeah, no. In fact, if anything, I could argue that Foxborough left some plays out on the field.
Yes.
That one throw to Diaz, if that leads him a little bit, that thing's probably a touchdown. This thing might be tied. So if you're Foxborough, you can look at this and say, we had some plays.
They've gone back-to-back. The Rams of Shawsheen Tech win the Division 5 state championship game once again. They continue to own the state's longest winning streak, 27 consecutive wins.
Congratulations to Shawsheen. They really earned it in what was a heck of a fight from the Foxborough Warriors, Division 5 champs.
So congratulations to Shawsheen. They end another perfect season, 13-0. Foxborough finishes the year at 9-4. Congratulations, though, to the local Warriors. They reached the Super Bowl for a third consecutive year. Coming up next, we have the Division 3 state championship game between King Philip and N.Attleborough. Thanks for watching our coverage here at Gillette Stadium on TV 38, Patriots YouTube, and Patriots.com. For Andy Gresh, Brendan Glasheen. Again, don't forget, coming up very shortly, we will have coverage of the Division 3 state championship between King Philip and N.Attleborough. Thanks for watching here at Gillette Stadium in Foxborough.
I'm Robert Kraft. Welcome to Gillette Stadium, where for the 18th year we're proud to host tonight's Super Bowl games. I want to congratulate the competitors in the Division III MIAA football championship game between King Philip Regional and N.Attleborough. Good luck to both teams. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy this special day.
What's up, N.Attleborough? It's N.Attleborough here. Just want to wish you guys good luck on the state championship. Hope you guys go out there and have fun.
What's up, King Philip? Just want to wish you guys good luck in the state championship.
Welcome to Gillette Stadium for this presentation of the Division III MIAA State Championship game. The defending champs, the N.Attleborough Red Rocketeers, welcome in a former foe of Division II, now on the big stage at the Division III level. They are familiar with this spot. Out of Rentham, the King Philip Warriors undefeated at 12-0. Brendan Glasheen joined by Andy Gresh. It's game 2 of our Friday doubleheader. We've got 4 games coming your way tomorrow. All right, Gresh, you see these 2 teams. King Philip has been here before. This time it's at the D3 level. They are the #1 seed in D3.
Yeah, and to move up and not only be the #1 seed, but to make a championship game here at Gillette in their first year. King Philip did beat N.Attleborough in week 2 of the season on September 12th. KP with a 21-7 win. Well, we know N.Attleborough is the defending Division III champs, and they're not going to give this thing up too easily.
In that win back in week 2, KP rushed for 271 yards. All 3 of their featured running backs had big games. Our mutual friend Scott Zolak at the time declared this would be the Division III Super Bowl matchup, and here we are.
Zopernicus.
That's right.
Yeah, Zopernicus.
Unicorns, show ponies, and calling the D3 title game.
And Zopernicus, there we go, who we did see a little bit earlier, feeling under the weather, but here supporting his son and KP.
8th Super Bowl appearance in the past 9 years for King Philip, their 5th straight trip to Gillette Stadium. A 3-4 record in this spot. As for N.Attleborough, the 7 seed this season in D3, their 13th title game appearance, 8-4 record, and it's their 4th state championship game since 2017. Their 8 state championship wins, tied for 6th all-time in state history. The Red Rocketeers in white and red to receive. And off we go. N.Attleborough with the return just shy of the 30-yard line, and KP's bench and special teams unit fired up. Frankie Strachan, senior captain. He's the running back. He is the head of the snake. The straw that stirs the drink at 6'2", 250 pounds. He's the nephew of head coach Mike Strachan. This guy's a beast.
Yeah, he is big for a running back at 250 pounds. And there's your match, General Brigham Road to Gillette for N.Attleborough. They beat Milford, Barnstable, and then Milton to get here. They did give up some points along the way, but they also scored a lot of points along the way, Brendan.
There's the big man. Strachan takes the entire pile at front with him. In that round of 8 game to beat #2 seed Barnstable, that is no short feat, because Barnstable at one point was undefeated in the regular season. Strachan, look at
big Strachan, just tough guy to bring down. You throw in a couple of other offensive linemen in there, and just a real tough guy to bring down. And if you're someone from KP, get around his legs.
It's a gain of 9 on first down at the 38. And our first penalty marker of this Division III state championship game. It's a false start.
False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Back them up to the 33. N.Attleborough on offense this year averages just under 28 points per game. while the KP defense allows 8.7. Their defense brought back only 2 starters from last year's team. Still potent defensively. The quarterback, Dylan Brusso, tangled up and nowhere to go.
Yeah, Frankie Strachan that time, not the ball carrier, but the leading blocker, and helped that run get at least a couple of yards down the field.
Dylan Quinn comes up with the stop.
So there we go. You see number 7 just plowing the way for Brousseau to try to hit it up in there.
Brousseau, a first-year starter, senior quarterback, from under center on 3rd and 4. Tripped up at the line.
Really nowhere to go. They give it to Big Frankie once again, and just nowhere to go as KP kind of swallows this up. Nice job. And when you have a defender flash the way 28 Talon King did and force Strachan inside to where there's nowhere to run, that's what you're looking for defensively.
We'll have more on Talon King in just a moment. Back to return for KP, Keegan Canto Osorio. Line drive kick. Down at the 45, trickles inside the 30, works out pretty nicely for N.Attleborough, down to the 28-yard line. Check at the 24-yard line.
Yeah, not the biggest kick, but those, you know, kind of like rugby punts. You just kind of get that thing on the ground and get it rolling. And there's the King Philip quarterback, Zachary Gebhard. 71% completion percentage on the season, only 609 yards, 11 touchdowns on the year. We know that KP will likely give us a heavy dose of Talon King running the ball today. Number 28 in green and yellow.
I formation, Gebhard. Middle handoff to Canto Osorio. Bulldozes his way to the 38-yard line.
And Canto Osorio is the other guy who I think is going to get a bunch of carries and production today. This is just a run over the left side. I mean, pretty basic ISO type stuff. Good job by the guard, center, and tackle to the left side for opening up the hole.
A 9-point win for King Philip in the semis over Malden Catholic, and some manhandling of Mansfield and Chicopee in the round of 8 and round of 16 respectively. Another give. There's Talon King. Gresh,
man,
cruising up near midfield.
Well, those linemen, I mean, when you look at King just running behind his offensive line right now, and big number 75, Luca Angelucci, the 6'1", 225-pound senior, 75 on the right side, does a nice job of sealing the inside linebacker off to make sure there's no one to come play that over the top.
Brian Lee is the head coach at King Philip. He calls Canto Osorio their vision and cutback running back, and he calls Talon King their big hammer out of the backfield. Canto Osorio taking turns, a first down, King Philip.
Let me tell you something I really like about Brian Lee, the KP head coach. Brendan, he embraced talking about getting back here, right? He embraced addressing the, hey, even though we're in a different, division, let's do all of the work every day to get back at Gillette. And some coaches are reticent to talk about trying to get to a place like this. Brian Lee was not, and to me, that's different than a lot of other coaches who are always very guarded and take the steps. No, he set the goal for his kids, and they went out and got it. Very impressive.
And prior to his hire in 2005, KP had never won a league or state title. Talon King the run in N.Attleborough territory. So we go under 8 minutes to go, first quarter.
There's King left side, fullback leading up in there. That's number 35, Ryan Greenwood.
It's one of their top defensive linemen as well. Two-way starter, and Custodio with the mop-up duty. 2nd down and 7 for the Warriors of King Philip. Gebhardt, who is heading to Carnegie Mellon, Division II in Pittsburgh. Very good student. N.Attleborough, excellent job reading that rush. 3rd and long.
As someone who grew up in Western Pennsylvania, yeah, like the smart kids didn't go to Carnegie Mellon, the mega smart kids went to Carnegie Mellon. So you can tell he's a heck of a student in there to be headed down there and go to that institution.
Need the smarts to play quarterback as well.
No, you do.
3rd and 6. First time we see the King Philip offense challenged in this first quarter. From the N.Attleborough 43.
Yeah, Canto Arsario is lined up in the shotgun in the backfield. No Talon King back there on this play.
Gebhardt fires, complete, 1st down. Finds Liam McGrath, senior receiver at 6'5". Move the chains for King Philip.
Yeah, Gebhardt, big, tall quarterback, delivers the ball pretty easily in the pocket there. Wide open, some just, oh, there you go. Looked like sitting in maybe a little bit of zone coverage with the back turn, and then get that ball out to McGrath to move it for the 1st down. But Zachary Gebhardt does a real, I mean, that ball comes out of his hands pretty clean.
You mentioned the 71% completion rate, 11 touchdowns, 1 pick on the year. Ball comes out. N.Attleborough claims it has the football. The officials discuss. Red Rocketeers have the football.
Wow, so N.Attleborough is going to get this ball. Let's take a look at the replay and see if or how this thing gets, oh yeah. So Canto Osorio just loses it on the tackle going to the ground. That looked like cold, slick football right there to me, Brendan.
The temperature keeps dipping.
Yeah, our booth was 53 when I got here. We're now at 42.
You wonder what the field might be.
I know.
It's dropping off like that. We've got baby heaters in here.
Be frozen.
It's a beefy formation. Strachan, we'll call his name pretty much all night. 7 in white and red. He's built like a defensive end.
Yeah, he definitely does not profile looking like a running back, no doubt. Watch 55 on the left side in white. That's Braden Caruso. He did a nice job of kicking out the defensive end, and Strachan couldn't get that thing up in there. Sorry, I was on the wrong side. It was Nathan Rivera who ended up with that block. 55 on the left side. Did a nice job. Unbalanced left, extra lineman to that side.
Strachan jumbles out to the 31.
So not only was number 9, the tight end, Connor Casey, to that side, but it looked like they had a 3rd offensive lineman to the left side, 68, who just ended up coming out of the game. Trevor Oldmixon was number 68, who they slid in there as the extra offensive lineman.
Frankie Strachan's uncle is Mike, the head coach, and Frankie's dad, Frank Sr., is on the coaching staff. He is the head man for tight ends and quarterbacks. The quarterback, Brousseau, fires one deep, and it's caught! 1st down and more! N.Attleborough inside the 20, taking bodies with them.
Look at the effort.
Daniel Robin. Down to the 10-yard line.
Robin also had a touchdown catch in the semifinal win where they beat Milton 43-29. Little rollout here, and then just wide open. If the ball is on the money and Robin doesn't have to kind of bend back for it, that thing might be a touchdown. And then look at Robin carry the defender, Connor McDonald. How long does he carry McDonald for? Catches it at the 40. McDonald grabs him at the 25 and makes it all the way down inside the 15-yard line. Pretty good effort there by Nathaniel Robin.
From the 13 on 1st and 10, outside run, Strachan just shy of the 5. Oh, home run play. Dylan Brousseau finds Nathaniel Robin. 2nd down and 3.
So 68 is now come back in the game for N.Attleborough for an extra offensive lineman. Interesting the way that they were going to line up.
King Phillip calls timeout. That left tackle you speak of is Trevor Oldmixon.
Yeah, and 68 was lined up outside the tight end. So you had the tight end number 9, Connor Casey, and then you had the offensive lineman on the outside. Well, what that screams to me, Brendan, is that outside O lineman is really going to be blocking down on a play that is maybe likely to go outside, because as the extra O lineman, why would you have them lined up outside the tight end unless maybe you were looking for, a down block or a kick out or something of that nature? At least that would have my antenna up. With 3:14 to go here in the first quarter, KP and N.Attleborough are scoreless here at Gillette in yet another state championship weekend.
Ground games featured heavily in this game. Frankie Strachan, senior captain, has rushed for 1,500 yards on the year, 21 touchdowns. In the postseason alone, 555 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns. It's 2nd down and 3 for N.Attleborough, the 7 seed, but defending champion.
Same formation, left side. 68 is lined up as the end man on the line of scrimmage.
It is inside to Frankie Strachan. Claws his way to the 4. Might be generous, probably the 5, and that means 3rd and short.
And Frankie Strachan, they're blowing the whistle. He might be a little shaken up on that tackle, as I do believe he is the one down on the ground.
Jarrett Sorge is the athletic trainer for the Big Red. Joins some of the coaches out on the field.
So yesterday in D7, Cohasset beat Amesbury 22-14. D6 yesterday, Fairhaven, the number 3 seed, beats Norwell 28-14. In game 1 of our doubleheader tonight, Shawsheen Tech beat Foxborough 14-7, and now it's Division 3, King Phillip, their first Division 3 championship game appearance against N.Attleborough.
Next on All Access.
I'm Dan Roach. The Patriots brought the energy into their Monday night matchup with the Giants. We'll hear what the players had to say after their 10th straight win.
A Monday night football game in Gillette Stadium was awesome. That's kind of something you dream about as a kid.
I'm Scott Zolak, and Mike Vrabel takes us inside one of the biggest plays of the game.
That's the next guy he sees. It doesn't matter. He doesn't have a guy. He's going to the next level.
I'm Mike Reese. The Patriots are 11-2 at the bye. After 13 games, what have we learned about this team?
And I'm Steve Burton. Those stories plus Mac Holland's journey to the NFL.
Even now, I'm still learning. Whether it's from a Pop Douglas or a Drake May, it doesn't matter to me. I'm always learning.
This is a huge development to this football game. We certainly hope Frankie Strachan is okay, but he has helped to the sideline. The team's leading rusher, the bell cow back, their unsung hero all season long.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for that right leg and ankle of Frankie Strachan right there. And you can see they're trying to get him worked on. Oh, we've gone to the portable table. Oh, look at that.
So we will do our best to update you on his status. 3rd down and 1 for N.Attleborough at the King Phillip 4-yard line.
It does make you wonder how this changes things for both teams.
Nathaniel Robin dots this eye. They run it up the middle with Brousseau.
He got about a yard and then got smoked. Yeah, he got smoked by a second-level player trying to get that thing into the end zone. But you're right, he got the yard needed for the first down.
First-year starting quarterback, senior Dylan Brousseau gets the job done. First and goal for N.Attleborough.
Yeah, there it is. Pretty simple QB sneak to be able to get that first down. Uncovered, just ride the center. But now with no Frankie Strachan, you don't have your 250-pound bell cow running back. And if you're KP with no Strachan back there, who are you focusing on in this spot?
It is Nathaniel Robin who caught the deep ball. Comes up short.
Yeah, if anything, he might have lost about a half a yard there, given the way or given where that ball was spotted. If they move it to the center of the field, it's literally spotted on the 2-point line, and then you can see nowhere to go on that inside. Nice job by the KP defense. Number 53, Lex Chatham, getting in there and putting up the wall. The rest of the teammates can come in. N.Attleborough is going to bang a timeout here.
Timeout.
Lex Chatham, the son of Patriots Super Bowl champion Matt Chatham, who is fielding FCS and Division II offers. Still uncertain about his future, but Matt is excited to be in the stands tonight. Frankie Strachan remains sidelined.
Yeah, they got the shoe off, checking the foot in the ankle area. A lot of people think, just retape it and send them out there. No, a lot of times they're already taped up anyway. So you're either going to make it to where that joint can't move, and you don't want to send anybody out there dinged up. So really the biggest development of this game so far is that Strachan has gone down on this, on this drive that's gotten inside of the 10-yard line here for N.Attleborough.
He's got 6 staff members now surrounding him. It's a golden opportunity, though, for N.Attleborough, right? To punch one in, take a lead on the 1 seed King Philip. Solid showing by both schools and fan bases. N.Attleborough just 8 miles from Gillette, and it's a short 10-minute drive to Gillette for the Warriors. Brousseau lined up under center once again. And
I think he got in.
Nathaniel Robin is in for the touchdown. He caught the home run ball and finishes it off. Red Rocketeers on the board first in this Division III state championship.
They lose their big running back, Frankie Strachan, but yet finding a way to get the ball in the end zone. Nathaniel Robin gets this thing in. And N.Attleborough has struck first against King Philip.
Extra point is good. Torres splits the upright, 7-0 N.Attleborough.
And Frankie Strachan just got up on the N.Attleborough sideline and tried to walk around and put some pressure on that right leg and ankle and foot, and it just did not look good. Now you got some teammates over there kind of consoling Frankie Strachan, who's got to be devastated that his final football game as a member of the Big Red at N.Attleborough has ended with injury. And you know, right now there's a lot of patting Frankie Strachan on the head, teammates coming over. I mean, heck, you mentioned like dads on staff, unks on staff. Makes me wonder if like somebody got a text and be like, hey, how's Frankie doing? Somebody else sitting there, like mom sitting in the stands, might have wanted a little update there. But right now it just does not look good for Frankie Strachan to get back into this game, yet his N.Attleborough squad has a 7-0 lead.
Very short kick. And comes down at the 30. King Philip does return this.
You got to play that thing. There was a North Attleborough player who I think might have run right by the football, and I think the head coach Mike Strachan might have got wiped out on that play. Let's see if we get a replay on that. Oh, Strachan's taking hits. See, ball bounces. Oh, and you know what? So it was the KP player who knocked the North Attleborough player. Yeah, it looked like Marty Rogers got hit into Mike Strachan right there. Well, they're watching that thing bounce. I'm sure everybody's screaming, play the ball.
Mike said when he studied King Philip, it's almost like we're looking in the mirror. They go on long offensive drives, keep the ball for long periods of time. They have a strong defense. They're a complete football team. Nothing there for Keegan Canto Osorio, who coughed the football up. And North Attleborough took advantage, points off turnovers, to take a 7-0 lead. Nothing there. Just 1 yard on first down. 2nd and 9 for King Philip at their own 33. Gebhard did toss a first down pass on the opening drive. Put some men in movement. Talon King. Oh, he finds a hole. And King to midfield and more.
I mean, that looked like just a little bit of a zone stretch right there. Let's take a look at this. Well, we got some pulling guards. We got, I mean, look at the just downhill burst for Talon King. You don't hit him at the first or the second level. He gets into the gate. Look out. He's using that 230 pounds to drop the shoulder on you.
No doubt. Some tempo by King Philip.
And now take us to the end of the first quarter, Glash.
A gain of 5 on first down.
That's the end of the first quarter.
King Philip driving in North Attleborough territory, down by a score. Nathaniel Robin punched it in. North Attleborough, the 7 seed in D3, has a 7-0 lead on King Philip.
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Second quarter is about to begin in this Division III state championship game. 7 seed N.Attleborough with a 7-0 lead on top seed King Philip. Warriors with the ball in Big Red territory, 2nd and 6 from their 45. It's play action. Gebhard throws on the move and completes it to the far side. Run after the catch by Kyle Danson inside the 30. Uses that big frame at 6 feet, 210. First down, King Philip.
Nice job of just avoiding a couple of tacklers there from Kyle Danson. And here goes KP with more pace, Brendan, as you mentioned in the first quarter.
It's a gain of 17 from under center, Gebhard. Canto Osorio looks for a redemption drive. He fumbled the ball in the first quarter, which gave the ball to N.Attleborough. It wasn't great field position, but the Big Red took advantage of it, stomped down the field to punch in the game's first score.
Yeah, over 1,000 yards rushing this year for Canto Osorio. He's had a heck of a season.
And last year he ran for 800 yards to get them to the D2 title game. They lost to Catholic Memorial. Now they're in Division III. Talon King has been a mainstay. We've called his name a bunch over the years in this championship game.
No doubt. It feels like every year, it almost feels like Talon King is doing something that we are talking about on championship weekend here at Gillette. Nice job by the Big Red defense to jump to the outside, force that thing to the inside.
Aiden Jackson. Ryan Thompson, number 8, was in the mix. He's played some fullback tonight on offense. 3rd and 5 for King Philip, down a score.
Perfect place to throw the ball here. Look at all the safeties creeped up around the line of scrimmage.
Liam McGrath, 1 and green in motion. They run the ball. Canto Osorio squirts to the 10.
Wow. Really good job up front that time by KP, allowing Canto Osorio to be able to get to that second level pretty easily. No one really touching him until he's downfield.
12-yard pickup.
Tough to have a couple of backs like Canto Osorio, 5'9", 205, a little shorter, squattier, make you miss. And then there's Talon King at 6'1", 230, who will run you over.
Their big hammer, that's what Brian Lee calls him. The two-headed monster. Power run game, standing tall, and then blasted inside the 10. 2nd down.
Take a look at this run over the right side. The old double fullback in there. Nice job by the upbacks of clearing some way for Talon King. That's rooting some people out of there.
King Philip's rushing offense this year, north of 3,200 yards for the season. Their backs average more than 6.5 yards per carry.
Wow.
Canto Osorio is back in there. He takes the handoff. 3rd and short for King Philip.
A little frustration and emotion on the side of the N.Attleborough defense after that last run right there. That's a pretty good block down by the tight end, 86 Chad O'Brien, the tight end. Looks like he walled the guy off there on the edge. KP's doing some good grunt work in the trenches here.
You said it. This is a real tag team effort. Canto Osorio to the bench. Talon King's back out there in the power eye.
Yeah.
And a timeout. N.Attleborough on 3rd down and 3.
N.Attleborough. They have 1 remaining.
Now King Philip can pick up a 1st down at the 1.
Yeah, I think that's a really good timeout there by Mike Strachan. Yeah, I think you could sense some frustration on his defense. Well, let's take a look at the schedule here, where Cohasset wins 22-14 over Amesbury. Fairhaven beats Norwell 28-14. Those are the two games here yesterday. Earlier today, Shawsheen Tech beat Foxborough 14-7 in another low-scoring slugfest between those two. And we have not one, not two, not three, but 4 games tomorrow here at Gillette.
You know, LeBron is not playing in Boston tonight.
Oh, really?
That was the LeBron James.
Yeah, it was. Well, I'm so focused on this, I didn't even know they were in Boston.
Yeah,
so
right, there's Celtics tonight.
Yeah. You're the basketball guy now.
Yeah. Well,
you got to follow this stuff.
Jack of all trades. I try to be, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy Gresh, Brendan Glasheen.
Peacocking around now that he's on Peacock. Look at this guy. And you have another day of me needling the schnickens out of you tomorrow.
I'm just happy we weren't here yesterday. 3 days in a row. I don't know.
It was like 10 degrees last night. Man, that would have been pretty bad.
Talon King is stuffed. Now, did he get the first is the question.
No.
They could have got a first down.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think N.Attleborough loaded up and did a really nice job of making sure King didn't get any forward momentum to get toward that first down. Pretty decent combo block at the point of attack. The problem is nobody else got cleaned up. One defensive lineman got pushed out of the way, and then there came the rest of the North Attleboro defense.
4th and 1 from the 2. King remains the running back. Gebhard, the quarterback from under center. They load the box. King is not going to get it. It's Gebhard doing it himself. Touchdown, Warriors.
You know, it's interesting. North Attleboro flipped the whole defense from one side to the other based on the strength of that KP formation. But ultimately, Brendan, as you mentioned, it didn't matter. Gebhard, the quarterback, gets it in the end zone on, I mean, do you call this a tush push? I guess, kind of. I don't know. It just sort of run into the back of the guy, push him in the end zone. Extra point pending. KP can tie this thing.
7 rush attempts on the drive. King Phillip just wore down North Attleborough. Extra point is good, and we're tied 7-7.
Well, that was a good, physical, gutsy drive there by KP. Took some time off the clock. It's about what you would have expected in a game like this. So for King Phillip, that's a real nice, big step forward in this game. And they score without using either one of the backs, Brendan. That might be the biggest shocker, is that it's QB getting it in the end zone, not Canto Osorio or Talon King.
Yeah, that duo came away with 30 touchdowns combined entering this state championship game. We mentioned these teams did face each other way back in week 2, and KP won 21-7. And that two-headed monster of Canto Osorio and King were part of a 270-yard rushing attack. If you're North Attleborough, though, you'll take a tie game with 7:30 left in this second quarter. They get back to work, and the big developing story is number 7 in white and red remains sidelined. Frankie Strachan is still sitting down with the medical staff. Now can they orchestrate a drive from start to finish without him? He put them in position on their first scoring drive.
And here's the thing, in terms of, there's Frankie Strachan right there, getting a little sideline love. They retaped him, but it doesn't appear as if Strachan's going to get back in the game. But you know what, though, Brendan? You go into a game, if you're Brian Lee and your defensive staff, you're planning on trying to stop Frankie Strachan. Now you don't have to. So I don't want to say the game plan completely goes out the window, but now who do you focus on? And if you're North Attleborough, without this big running back, how do you pivot? Do you just keep running your offense, or do you do things a little differently?
Brousseau to throw, and it hit the turf, intended for a man we've been calling out now lately, Nathaniel Robin, who got a deep ball to put them in KP territory in that first scoring drive.
Yeah, Brendan, it was number 50, Griffin McCready from KP, who was there to kind of blow up that screen a little bit. He got in the backfield, got in the way of what would have been a clean throw. But this is also a big adjustment for N.Attleborough as well. Not having your bell cow running back in there. Again, you might have to make some decisions as to how to try to slice and dice this KP Warrior defense a little differently.
N.Attleborough ran the ball 13 times in the first quarter. An inside handoff to Robin. Makes it 3rd down and long.
And if you're N.Attleborough, how does this affect you mentally with Frankie Strachan being out of there? Trying to do the good work, up front with some block downs and pull the backside guard around and have your Nathaniel Robin try to run that thing up in there. Just for the difference in size, Nathaniel Robin 5'8", 160, Frankie Strachan 6'2", 250.
He's their identity.
Yeah, just in terms of the difference in size of the players who are trying to get this done. There we go, a little throw down the field.
Deep, and he got a man! Down to the 10. Oh, wow.
And there's a little bit of what I'm talking about, right? Can you
pull at the catch?
Pull the string on a little bit of rollout here once again.
Ryan Gustafson.
Good throw by Dylan Brousseau as well. Another half roll situation, catch him in man coverage. Gustafson makes that catch. Boy, that's
6 yards.
I was just going to say, it's a big field flipper. That's a 50-plus yard play right there to put N.Attleborough in scoring position. 2 big pass plays, set them up to be able to maybe punch in the end zone if they get it in here.
Nathaniel Robin once again the featured back with Frankie Strachan sidelined due to injury. Dylan Brousseau, the quarterback, lobs it to the end zone, just out of reach. Looking for the big target in Ryan Thompson at 6'3".
Boy, that's a heck of a play call right there from the N.Attleborough coaching staff. We had one in the earlier game where Foxborough tried to just sort of bang down on the D lineman and leak the tight end out there. Same thing happened from the Foxborough team. They missed the same thing in terms of tight end just leaking out, but they were both wide open.
2nd down and 10 from the KP 11. A defense in King Philip that allowed just 8.7 points per game entering this state championship. Robin roams to the outside, inside the 10, got a yard or 2.
I felt like a couple of the King Philip defenders there was a D lineman sort of waving his hand outside, almost like turning to the play side and telling everyone, hey, here comes the toss. Nice job of coming up in support there from Jerry Springer, number 2, the corner, making sure that thing doesn't bounce outside unabated.
Mike Strachan is the head coach at N.Attleborough, 4th season, 34-13 record. He returned just 3 starters on both sides of the ball. One of those players, Frankie Strachan, his nephew. And Mike's brother, Frank, who is Frankie's father, is also on the coaching staff. N.Attleborough uses its final timeout with 5 minutes to go in this quarter. Understandably, this is a pivotal moment to take the lead.
Absolutely. No, this matters more than any timeout. Let's make sure you get it right, because here's the other thing, Brendan. You're down, the ball is spotted on the 9-yard line, and it looks like N.Attleborough can get looks like they can get a first down around the 2, maybe the 1. And it is the 2. And I only bring that up because if you're N.Attleborough, you're clearly in 2-down territory. So if you can get 5 yards here on 3rd down and set yourself up for a 4th and 2, if you cut this yardage in half, it's not the worst thing in the world, because you're more than likely to go for it on 4th down.
Now, how do they do it? you think, with no Strachan?
Yeah, I think right now Nathaniel Robin is sort of running okay. Maybe this is where the quarterback can get involved here. I think if I'm KP, that's what I'm probably on alert for. Let's also remember the Big Red have a couple of big receivers. You mentioned Ryan Thompson, number 8 at 6'3". Connor Casey, I mentioned before, the tight end is 6'2". They could be options here if you're going to throw the ball.
KP showing pressure on 3rd and 7. Robin will throw it. Fourth down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nathaniel Robin, he never turned around to look backside because quarterback Dylan Brousseau would have been wide open. He probably could have crawled into the end zone. There was no one on that side of the field. So interesting, they called a timeout to go with the trick play there.
And Nick Torres, who banged through an extra point, is out for a 26-yard field goal attempt.
Interesting angle.
Spot kick is good. N.Attleborough regains the lead, 10-7. Torres, the senior, all fired up.
And boy, you and I are what now, 7 years into this? That's probably the 5th field goal we've seen in about like 7 years, it feels like, right?
That's right.
I'm sure there'll be some coach on Twitter who'll be more than willing to correct us. I was actually 7 since you guys have done it. How dare you not know? I'm already getting some of those. Like you misspeak every once in a while. The next thing you know, it's like here they.
You didn't study the record book before.
Here they come out of the woodwork, or you misspeak or say something wrong, and then there's the coach who's down at the Elks Club with the jacket on that says "Coach for Dollar Beer Night," to make sure to tweet at us, because it's the one time a year where we definitely focus on this. But I'll tell you, if we don't get everything right, we're going to hear it from Homie Uncle Harry, I'm sure.
What a seismic shift from Buck and Aikman here on Monday night.
I know, right? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Those guys get fair catch, smart on that one.
The same sort of kick situation towards the N.Attleborough bench, fielded by KP inside their own 35.
Hey, you know what it is though, Brendan? In all seriousness, how many teams are really practicing special teams all that much? Kick that thing short and force somebody who maybe doesn't handle the football all the time to not stand there and try to catch it, but make the decision on what they're going to do.
Yep.
Right? Doesn't it feel like when you have those kind of pooch kicks that it's not the guy didn't catch it and fumbled it. It was more of the, what am I going to do? Like, am I going to stand here and catch it? Am I going to run away from this thing? You put some people who normally aren't used to handling the football in some pretty interesting circumstances in doing that.
Gebhard and KP back to work, down 3 points in this Division III state championship game. The Warriors of King Philip reclassified from D2 to D3. Last year they were here and lost to Catholic Memorial in the Division II Super Bowl. It's the 8th Super Bowl appearance in the past 9 years for King Philip, their 5th consecutive trip to Gillette Stadium. And for N.Attleborough, the reigning champs, they beat Mansfield last year 35-0. It was their first state title win since 2002.
It's not like King Philip can't throw the football. I wonder if we're going to get a couple of
Canto Osorio
throws thrown in here.
Is met.
Nice job to get him started in motion to then hand it to him and get him in there with a full head of steam. You could really see him accelerate as he turned towards the line of scrimmage. Canto Osorio is going to come from your left. There's the handoff right there. And then look at that thing. When he made the decision to get upfield, you see that little burst in there? As soon as he saw it, got around the corner and then kind of kicked in like a turbo booster.
3rd down and 2. Pile comes together for an extra oomph for a first down.
KP's got pretty good size up front for a high school team.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah.
Nathan Kriske at 6'1", 265. Lex Chatham, 6'4", 275. Fresh set of downs from the 44. Gebhard to throw from the back foot. Lobs it, caught. Beautiful grab. We called his name earlier. Kyle Danson reels it in.
And let me tell you, Zachary Gebhard, the quarterback there, was kind of in a way like not his own blocker, but they say whenever the free rusher, that's the quarterback's guy. And look at this, look at this. Last second to get rid of that football, knew the receiver was going to be open. There it is off the edge. There's the open receiver. Nice throw in between the defenders.
Gain of 9. At the N.Attleborough 47. Talon King bounces to the 34-yard line. That's a first down. Good luck to try and stopping that kid.
Yeah, Liam McGrath was out there on the outside trying to get the block that really would have sealed it for King to take this thing to the house. But the defender disengages and ends up pulling the pins there of Talon King. But pretty good effort on the outside of trying to block that defender.
14-yard scamper by Talon King, who rushed for more than 1,000 yards in the regular season. There's his partner in crime, Keegan Canto Osorio, nearly 1,300 rushing yards on the year.
I mean, it's just crazy. You know, KP in a lot of ways are like, hey, this kid's in there, we're going to hand it to him. Hey, here's the bigger kid, we're going to turn around and hand it to him. It's almost like you're just telling people.
It's tag team.
I mean, really, hey, here's what it is. We're going to load up with these backs and maybe throw it occasionally.
But you said this a moment ago. If needed, Gebhard can make the throws.
Absolutely. And they got receivers on this team, too.
Clean pocket. Fires near side. What a grab!
Nice.
Liam McGrath.
That's a really pretty throw as well by Zachary Gebhard. McGrath with the catch.
Asking you shall receive.
Pretty sweet ball there from Gebhard, in my opinion. Like, it looks like he is not really throwing the ball very hard. I mean, I threw it in double coverage right to a spot where only McGrath can end up making that catch.
Timeout, King Phillip. They have one left.
Down to the 16-yard line of N.Attleborough, and KP uses a timeout with 1:38 remaining in the half. Warriors do have one timeout remaining.
So in the N.Attleborough huddle right now, Frankie Strachan wanted to get out in that huddle. His right leg is off the ground, can't put any weight on him. But you see on the left side, there's a looks like there's a player in a black kind of running suit there, and you see the arm wrapped around that guy in black. That is Frankie Strachan in there. Look at that right foot. Now he's got a big old bandage on there. The shoe isn't on, and he had to hop out there. He had to get help to jump out and get into that huddle. But it shows you how much that young man wants to be a part of this. Look at him hopping on the sideline just to get out there to say whatever to his teammates.
Instrumental piece to why they are here, and encouraging his teammates.
Good leadership. Boy, the N.Attleborough coaches are screaming. There goes the run to the wide side, and they nailed it. They were right.
Canto Osorio aimed to stretch the field, but N.Attleborough wasn't having any of it.
Nice job there by number 8, Ryan Thompson, number 9, Connor Casey. Both of them out there to try to corral the running backs. Again, there's yelling from the sideline that, hey, it's going wide, it's going wide. And in watching the path that Ryan Thompson took right there, number 8, he was pretty much with Canto Osorio step for step.
McGrath lined up to the outside. Canto Osorio is the running back on the left side of Gebhard. He looks to the end zone left. Now runs to his right. Tight ropes the sideline. Gebhard is in again!
Oh, they're marking him out at the half-yard line, so to speak. And we have a N.Attleborough defender down.
Timeout.
Looks like it's number 44, Joseph Ruggiero. It looked like he was the one who was down. Big contact. Look at Gebhard get around the corner. And then, yeah, never got that ball across the goal line. And it was 44, Ruggiero. There he is lining up right there. Oh, big old hit.
Saving a touchdown.
It looked like in the words of the great Gorilla Monsoon, it looks like they both took it in the solar plexus there.
45 seconds remain in the first half. And Ruggiero remains down on the field.
Yeah, that was big. That was big contact, and I think he had a teammate look down on him, and I think say he's okay. I couldn't tell if like he got the wind knocked out of him down there. Because you know that easy way to tell when somebody gets a wind knocked out of them, right? There's always that like 85-year-old guy who's on the coaching staff who'll walk over and like try to grab you by your belt buckle and lift you up. I had the wind knocked out of me one time my senior year in high school, and when the athletic trainer like came out, I was like, I couldn't figure it out. He's like, I can't grab your belt. You're too fat to do it. And he was just like left me there to have like a panic attack. But he's okay walking off the field. But that was a big old stick. And to be honest, the reason KP hasn't scored a touchdown is because of number 44, Joseph Ruggiero, at the end of this play. Zachary Gebhard looks like he's going in the end zone. Big contact right there. And you saw him kind of like grab his right side. I mean, like, ugh. Big shot, but a great run by Zachary Gebhard. How about Gebhard getting around the corner?
No kidding. He initially looked to throw it left.
Yeah.
And then made something out of nothing. First and goal from the 1.
Canto Osorio, the back, and they give it to the up back on the fullback, and he's in for the score. KP gets it in. I think Ryan Greenwood, 35, is going to get that touchdown. He was lined up as the up back. They just handed it to him. He flopped in the end zone. KP up 13-10, extra point pending.
One of their captains, a team high 4 sacks on the year coming into the state championship game.
Great job by the right side of that KP offensive line. You know, around the goal line, it's can you get your helmet in the end zone by blocking someone, not because you whiffed. And on that one, there were a lot of KP helmets on that O-line in the end zone. Got it through.
Nathan Crowley, extra point is good. 4-point lead for the King Philip Warriors in this Division III state championship game at Gillette Stadium.
43 seconds to go here at the end of the half. Neither team's got timeouts. N.Attleborough has lost their big running back, Frankie Strachan, to, I guess we would say, a foot or ankle, it appears to be, from Frankie. Can't really put any weight on it. Was out there trying to get into the huddle there during the timeout to be able to listen and talk to his teammates. Kid's hopping around on the sideline, but he's trying to be there here at state title game in Gillette.
And in some regard, even though he can't play, he has to remain engaged because he was a big part of their game plan.
Uh-oh, 100%.
I realize you can't emulate what he brings to the table, the size and the production, but he watched a lot of film this week too, in these last 10 days, really, when these teams last played this snap. Oh my goodness, the ball is muffed. Does King Philip have it?
No, N.Attleborough ended up with it. Wow, number 15, Milo House, the sophomore, ended up with the ball. But it gets misplayed once, miskicked, misplayed twice. Boy, oh boy, it looked like KP had a great chance of being able to get around that football. Michael Flaherty, number 34, appeared to be right there. And that is from the N.Attleborough side, Brendan. Oh, boy. I mean, it's a real dodge of disaster right there this late in the second quarter.
At their own 21, no timeouts, 37 seconds. Let's see how they operate. Dylan Brousseau, the quarterback, keeps it himself, jets to the near side, and pushed out of bounds at the 27. Clock stops, 30 seconds.
Well, N.Attleborough made a couple of chunk throws here in this first half. Do they have another one to be able to possibly get themselves in scoring position, maybe get another field goal here before the end of the half? But they got to get a big field flipper. It's got to be like those, like the two that we have seen on the other scoring drives.
Nathaniel Robin caught a deep ball in the first half, and Gustafson caught one as well. Empty backfield. Now they'll put Robin in motion. Brousseau to the 42. Hops up.
Yeah, I know it's a run and it's late in the quarter, but I don't hate the play. It worked. He was able to get a big chunk of yards.
Chains move.
Oh,
I think the clock will resume.
I think N.Attleborough probably got up on the they got up on the line and got set before the chain gang had been able to get set over there. So I do believe that's why we have this stoppage in play. I think.
Officials timeout.
Huh? Yeah. Huh? That's the second time we've heard him be like, oh yeah. Huh. Like the quiet confirmation.
I thought they had it lined up pretty well. The chains had moved.
I think the chains were still stretching out to get set. When I looked up, they were still trying to figure it out. I think N.Attleborough might have been likely even in that spot to just get up and spike the thing anyway.
Yes.
So they're going to try to clock it without a timeout. Might have been able to let it go, but you need the chain set.
Their own 42.
If you got one that you think you can uncork and get a chunk play, dial it up now.
Brousseau fires. It is caught down the far side.
All right, so let's see, clock is stopped. N.Attleborough is trying to line up. Chains are not set. Official now just sets the ball. Here we go, winding it up. Clock it again.
Milo House comes up with the grab. He was being swarmed by KP, and you've got yourself a situation here at the KP 39 to make a play at the end zone.
100%. If you're KP, you got to be on real alert here. Boy, what a catch in double coverage. It was number 41, Zion Dumais, who almost knocked that thing out of the air. So look at the way KP is lined up here. They got 5 across the goal line.
I think most impressively, Gustafson 5'9", Nathaniel Robin 5'8", House 5'9".
I'll tell you one
thing. They're connecting on these deep balls.
I don't like rushing 3. Oh, they got him!
And that's the half.
Wow, right as I'm saying, I don't like that they rush 3. They end up getting a sack. Holy cow. What was I wrong on that one?
Valiant effort by N.Attleborough to make things compelling in the final seconds of the first half. And at the end of 24 minutes, number 1 seed in Division III, King Philip, has a 4-point lead at number 7 seed, N.Attleborough.
It's been the fight we thought it would be.
That's right. We'll see it for the second half.
What is insurance?
Sure. Insurance transfers certain risks between parties.
Without insurance,
This MIAA High School Championship game is brought to you by Cross Insurance, official insurance broker of the New England Patriots. And by Dean College. Discover the Dean difference. Visit dean.edu for more information.
Back at Gillette Stadium, Division III state championship game. King Philip and N.Attleborough. Let's look at some highlights, Gresh.
Well, a fumble that N.Attleborough was able to force and plop on. And then it was number 4, Dylan Brousseau, trying to get the ball down the field to Nathaniel Robin. He does, and then Robin ends up carrying a defender for a little while, leads to this N.Attleborough touchdown. And then there's Brody Zolat, or excuse me, that was Zachary Gebhard in there. Gebhard with the throw. And then there's your push of Gebhard into the end zone. And then now we take a look at N.Attleborough. Again, punt rollout. This was the second deep ball of the day. This time it was to Ryan Gustafson. And then here's Zachary Gebhard getting around the corner. He took a big shot as well. There was Brody Zolak in there to hand it off as Gebhard got dinged up and ultimately gets into the end zone. And total yards were pretty even. Rush yards and pass yards, we are flipped to each side. 11 first downs for KP. They've been able to grind a little more. And in terms of an offensive end, both teams pretty good on third down. N.Attleborough 3 of 5, KP 3 of 4. Defensively, you're going to want to cut those numbers down. Both teams will on each side in terms of those third down conversions.
And the Big Red is hanging in there despite the injury to Frankie Strachan, who got hurt in the first quarter. Early in the game in N.Attleborough, you mentioned it, they punched it in thanks to Nathaniel Robin. And they got a field goal from Nick Torres, the senior. So we mentioned Brody Zolak, who did come in to hand the ball off to Greenwood, who punched the ball into the end zone. Let's see if Gebhard returns for the start of the second half at quarterback.
Yeah, Gebhard is in there. Yeah, there he is. Number 10 is back in.
Free kick out of bounds. King Philip will take the ball on the 38. First down.
There we go. That's the way to do it. Take that ball on the 38. There's Gebhard back in there, the senior quarterback. And here they go. Are we just going to continue to rotate, handing the ball off to number 4 and number 28? Kind of looks like it.
10 carries apiece for the two-headed monster in the backfield. It's Keegan Canto Osorio heading north to the 42. Canto Osorio, 49 yards rushing, along of 16. Talon King, 58 yards rushing, along of 17.
Yeah, Canto Osorio over 1,000 yards rushing this year. Talon King had 72 yards in the semifinal win over Malden Catholic. You pretty much talk to anybody around this KP program and they tell you 4 and 28 are the guys who get it and perform well.
Talon King with bounce. First down. Well, Brian Lee is 21st season as head coach. He's got this duo out of the backfield, 2 of his 26 seniors. Canto Osorio, vision and cutbacks, and then Talon King's the big hammer.
And I think it was 66 Liam King who was lined up at fullback. And I think, yeah, 66 is still in there at fullback, leading the way. Liam King.
Oh. There goes Talon King again.
Liam King, he kicked out a defensive end so seamlessly. Talon King, 28, watch this. Boom, there you go. Talon King doesn't even have to worry about it. Just go get you 5 yards. Nice job by Big Liam to kick out a defensive lineman there. That's a 5'11", 260-pound fullback.
It's like bumper cars.
Or a lineman, or lineman masquerading as a fullback.
Liam King listed at 5'11", 260 pounds. Canto Osorio dots the I. Slithers for a first down inside the 40.
It's KP football right here, right? It feels like we've seen this all the time. It's, you know, run it with King. You can run it to the left. You can run it to the right, whatever it is. Canto Osorio with a nice job of just, you know, finding where the seam is and getting up in there and finding a way to stay on schedule.
This is what we expected in the first quarter, but we saw a rare mishap when Canto Osorio fumbled the football. Instead, it's now 1st down and 10 from the 39 to begin this second half. Canto Osorio wrapped up after a minimal gain of 1 or 2.
There's Nathan Rivera, one of the D linemen, trying to stand up to this King Phillip run game.
Well, we wondered, once Strachan got hurt and left the game, what would it do to the morale of the team? We saw Strachan at one point meet the huddle. He limped onto the field to the defensive huddle, not the offense, the defense.
And now he's on crutches on the sideline over here is Frankie Strachan.
It's a rematch of week 2 in the regular season. KP won 21-7. And some thought at the time that these teams would meet again in the Division III Super Bowl. Here they are.
No doubt about it. Nice job by N.Attleborough here. Good job number 71, Sean Cornell. Took on the blocker, was able to kind of keep half of that shoulder available to be able to help with the running back.
3rd down and short. It is a King backfield.
Yep, big Liam's back there.
Liam is blocking. Talon is running for a 1st down.
1st down. Yep. I feel like we said that. Yeah, Talon King's like, yo, just give me the ball. Like, stop taking me out. Stop rotating. He's like, give me more. Nice job by the KP offensive line, giving Talon King a seam to run through there over the right side. Between the tackles, Talon King's a real problem. Feels like we've been saying that for years, Brendan.
Truly, as a sophomore, he was an impact player in this state title game.
Oh, so now we have full shifts on both sides.
The fullback's going to get a touch. There's Liam getting up.
I was going to say, did Liam King get that carry?
Pretty sure he did.
I couldn't tell. He was the last one to get up off the ground. No, I went to the, okay. I think King's back in at left guard, if I'm not mistaken, and handed it off there to Ryan Greenwood. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't make sense.
Greenwood 35. He's blocking for Canto Osorio, and he trips over his own man. 3rd and manageable for King Phillip. This clock is moving. 5 minutes already gone by in the 3rd quarter.
Yeah, I'm sure if you're KP, you're loving it. There's Zachary Gebhard, 4 for 4 in the 1st half for 51 yards.
He threw a beautiful ball to senior Liam McGrath into double coverage. Put the pill in a spot only McGrath could grab it.
Great throw.
So when called upon, he can make a play. Let's see if they let him go to the air right here. But this power run game, they look to wear down the Big Red. From under center, Gebhard on 3rd and 6 from the 22. Play action, he's got a wide open man. Greenwood, he's got the ball.
Made the catch, down. But the made the catch, but down to make the catch. Boy, oh boy, if that is just a little bit of a better throw from Zachary Gebhard, that's a walk-in touchdown. So you can see Greenwood had to slow himself down. Here's the throw out of the backfield. A little too light, a little too flippy. Heck of a catch there from Greenwood to be able to get that 1st down.
He survived the ground.
Yeah, this ain't the NFL where you're going to be like touchdown and stuff like that. Now you give me PTSD on the Zaprudering of catches at one point in the NFL.
I've learned over the years how to work you up. Canto Osorio wraps around the left side. There's 2 flags on the play.
I think we're getting a hold. I think we're getting a hold on one of the KP offensive linemen, I believe. I saw one of the defensive tackles for N.Attleborough react in a pretty big way towards the official, and then the official threw the flag. So might have been something from the holding standpoint that was pretty easy to see. Big conference here, though.
Everyone gets a word.
Yeah. They've, I guess they're deciding what they're doing for dinner tonight, maybe. I don't know.
You guys back here tomorrow?
Boy,
we got 4 of these.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of talking going on. I mean, I thought it was just a holding call, given the way the defensive lineman reacted.
Well, and a second flag did come in late.
Yeah, I see one on the field that is down around the 11-yard line, I do believe. I don't know if and the other one is out of bounds. Yeah, there's somebody that's just behind one of the chain gang crew. So there was that one out of bounds, and then there's the one inbounds. So, well, it makes me wonder if there was like a personal foul, like maybe something face masky or something like that. Because there's one in the field of play, one out of the field of play, and I'm just wondering if the one out of the field of play is a dead ball foul after the play was over. All right, so let's take a look at this. All right, so so it looks like number 1 Liam McGrath in green ended up with the hold, and then number 35 Ryan Greenwood blocks a defender out of bounds, but he grasped the face mask. So pure guess on my part here, because I'm sure the officials are out there to tell us if we're wrong, right? But what I'm thinking is it's going to end up being the personal foul ends up being the one that gets enforced on the face mask. Should be 15 back from the spot. But boy, there's really a lot of talking as to what exactly is going to happen. But I will say this, for as bad as the hold was by Liam McGrath, Ryan Greenwood had full grasp of face mask on that block. Yeah, that's the old easy 15-yarder.
So 2 of the officials are now speaking with the head coach, Mike Strachan, to see what he wants to. I mean, both coaches are getting explanations at this point.
Yeah, and the block was going on with the face mask, so that leans towards not being a personal foul after the fact because it was happening during the play. But again, I don't know. They're taking forever to figure this out, so it seems like it's pretty complicated. I don't know if they're discussing about both penalties or not. If I were to guess, it's going to be the 15-yarder that ends up getting assessed, and they push him back. Here we go.
Okay, we have multiple fouls in the play. First, we have a sideline warning on N.Attleborough. Then we have a hold offense, King Phillip. We're going to march that 10-yard from the end of the play.
Oh, and then
we have a personal foul on King Phillip, late hit out of bounds. We're going to march 15 from there.
Now that's interesting to me, because
the reason why we're marching it from the spot of the foul is we had an inadvertent whistle. KP decided to take the result of the play.
Oh, so they went now inadvertent whistle.
We're going to repeat first down.
All right, and now we're going to mark this thing off. I'm a little surprised, okay, because after we saw the replay, we saw the block that was going on. I thought, even though 35 had the face mask, I thought he was driving him out of bounds, right, when we saw the replay. So it turns into, it was, I guess, like a hit out of bounds. But then again, I'm trying to watch 35 here. He's engaged, he's engaged, he's engaged. He dumped him on the sideline. If you get him on the face mask, now I don't know, maybe you have to let up. To me, that looked like a block that was going through on the sideline, but regardless, that's a big penalty against KP.
Pocket folds for Gebhardt. Canto Osorio reaches down to make the grab and wiggles inside the 30. So that was 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line.
What do you call on 1st and 34? Who knows? Yeah, you're right, Brendan, because they have not moved the chain gang at all. So King Philip could get themselves a first down if they get it to the 3-yard line. Oh, smokes.
Gebhardt is the quarterback.
And if you're Zachary Gebhardt, don't flip it up this time. If you're throwing that thing down the field, make a strong throw.
McGrath has single coverage, bottom of the screen. He's floating it down the seam, broken up. Connor McDonald, the intended target, but N.Attleborough, excellent in coverage.
Milo House and Kenny Jean are there to make the play, but I think it was 15. Milo House is the one who ended up defending this play. There's your throw over the middle. Oh no, it wasn't House. I'm sorry, it was 26. Kenny Jean. Yeah, felt like there was a lot of air under that ball.
Yeah.
Like it could have been zipped a little tighter. That's just me.
McDonald got separation. Instead, now it's 3rd down and 24.
Yeah, here's where you run and draw.
Gebhardt to throw. One fake. A missile out of bounds. That changes the dynamic of this game, though. Make no mistake.
Very much so. And again, 2 penalties on the same play. And one of them is a personal foul that ends up getting added to the hold. And there's just really nowhere to go with the football. A safety over the top. Number 3, Connor McDonald, the wide receiver, was gobbled up as well. Just nowhere to go with it. And now you're in that no man's land, Brendan, of the ball being put on the 28-yard line. You know, if you had a kicker, you might be able to turn to them here, but if not, it doesn't help you to punt. So here goes KP trying to convert 4th and 24.
Canto Osorio and Talon King both out there.
Timeout KP.
Timeout King Philip. They have 2 remaining.
I'm telling you, if I got a punter that can angle that thing, I'd tell him to kick it right to the 2nd guy on the chain gang on the 4-yard line. Seriously, I'd tell him, I'd be like, try to kick that ball and hit that guy. Have that thing pop out. And once again, we are seeing Frankie Strachan, the big running back from N.Attleborough, head out into the huddle. He's on crutches, is Frankie Strachan. So it's pretty safe to say he is not coming back in this one, but has worked his way over to be in an offensive and a defensive huddle.
The 6'3" Gebhardt at quarterback has the offense out there on 4th and 24. With 4:42 to go in the Division III state championship in the 3rd. Gebhardt down the left side. Incomplete. Wow. Liam McGrath was there.
I think it might have hit him in the chest as he was on the ground. I know he took a pretty hard fall. And that's a throw from Strachan in double coverage. Let's see. Oh, it looked like it dropped right in there where he might have had a chance to make that. I mean, it would have been, an all-star level catch. Big contact, pulled the, wow, it did. It kind of got, the ball ended up getting to him, it would have been a heck of a catch.
And there was a deflection there by N.Attleborough, but talk about another window.
Well, I was going to say, also a lot of like hand checking and grabbing and stuff like that going on. There very easily could have been a call there.
So instead of a curl by Canto Osorio for a touchdown, N.Attleeborough's got it down, just one score. Senior quarterback Dylan Brousseau hustles out of bounds for the Big Red.
Brendan, that's a good point in trying to figure out how that was going to be adjudicated on the big penalty against KP.
That was a score.
You forget that it came on a touchdown, so white points off the board too.
Still 3 timeouts for the Big Red, 2 for the Warriors of King Philip. Looking for their 4th Super Bowl title and their 1st at the Division III level. Reclassified from Division II, they lost to Catholic Memorial last year. N.Attleborough beat Mansfield in a shutout victory a year ago. Brousseau steps into the throw down the right side. Dangerous ball, it's intercepted. King Philip has the football back.
That ball out of the hands of Dylan Brousseau just hangs up there and hangs up there. Great redirect from Patrick Theriault, the defensive back. Does a nice job of reading that one in the air and then getting a little bit of a return.
That's a defensive back's dream.
Oh, I didn't know what the deal was with the fake snake down there. I thought that's where you were going. They like wrapped it around his head and it was like, what's going on? Shawsheen, I'm going to say you probably were not ever a snake owner, were you?
No.
Yeah, I've had a python. Feeding them was fun.
Canto Osorio.
Just nowhere to go.
Wait a minute. You owned a python?
Yeah. Little guy, like 6.5 feet, something like that.
How long?
We lost him a while ago. He was old.
Move on to another python?
Oh, no. After that got cut off. I was like, yeah, we're not doing that no more.
All right. Didn't have that on my bingo card.
What, that I would have been an owner of a pet snake at one point? You're really surprised at that?
Kind of works. It kind of
it fits. Of course it would.
Lost some 3.
People judge you when you say you're a snake owner. I'll just leave it at that. Like you're judging me right now.
Talon King.
Get around that corner.
Remains steady. He does get a step. Turns the corner.
It's amazing. You know what it is about Talon King, Brendan, is you just can't bump him and expect him to like go down, right? So here we go. There's one. That's a pretty good tackle towards the legs and missed him. Right, he just kind of brushes off basic contact, and if you're not getting down around the legs and really shooting your hands and form tackling this kid, he's just going to bounce off you like a pinball.
This Big Red defense has been snake bit by the running back.
Very nice, very well done.
Got momentum, so for the first time it feels like all night we get consecutive handoffs for King. We've seen Canto Osorio get a few in a row.
Yeah, I don't know if it has been a strict rotation, but doesn't it feel like it, right?
Yes.
Because
very intentional.
We haven't seen really Canto Osorio plays sort of lumped together, unless it was like a longer third down and maybe you needed him in the passing game, but. Yeah, I don't know if it's literally play for play, but it feels like play for play and rotating these running backs and just handing it to them.
After the interception, they now have it at the 27, now 29. They'll get it to the 20 on this run by Keegan Canto Osorio.
Now, I'll tell you the other thing, too, Brendan, is 2:12 to go, third quarter. N.Attleborough has been dealing with this KP run game a lot. It's cold outside, How much are you going to really want to continue to bow up, into the middle of the fourth quarter or something like that from N.Attleborough defensively? Eventually, I do believe KP ends up wearing them down here along the line of scrimmage.
Talon King is the running back. Gebhard at QB under center. 1st and 10 from the 21. Talon King. Bully ball. Yeah, like a bowling ball.
Well, there you go. There's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like he ran into the back of, or he ran really into the pile of blocking, and then ultimately got himself, what was it, 4 yards when it's all said and done, or at least 3. Nice job of using that that size to fall forward.
This is the identity of Brian Lee's offense. Long offensive drives, keep the ball for long periods of time, wear out the opponent.
Yep, wear you down. Make you as a defensive lineman and a linebacker make a choice as to how you're going to handle this.
Back to King. Taking the pile with them. 1st down, King Phillip.
I thought Talon King was going to bounce it outside because they pulled the backside guard, and the guard had a pretty nice kick out. So King ended up running it up inside the kick out, but when that block hits, if he had gone outside, it might have been able to score that thing. But look, this is where Talon King really earns it. See that? See the hook right there? Had he followed outside number 52, there might have been a chance to get it in, and they still score anyway.
Canto Osorio with a fist pump and a score for King Phillip to extend the lead 20-10.
King Phillip has been as advertised, right, Brendan? Like we heard that it was going to be Keegan Canto Osorio and Talon King, and it's really been both of those guys just leaning on this N.Attleborough defense. That's a heck of a drive right there.
Nathan Crowley, extra point, bangs it through. It's 21-10. An 11-point lead for the 1 seed in D3, King Phillip. They take advantage of the turnover. Brusso threw a pick across the way. Patrick Terrio, the junior defensive back, and they had superb field position. They make up for what they thought they should have had on their previous drive.
You know, that's the other thing about this too, is that if you're KP, you're looking at it and saying, man, if we didn't make a couple mistakes, we would be up 28-10 right now. But it just goes to show how well the KP offense has played tonight, and the tandem running backs getting it done.
The final score in the Week 2 head-to-head was 21-7. King Phillip. I'm not sure how many people thought N.Attleborough would score first in this game, but that's what happened. They led 7-0. Bit of a running start for the Big Red. Down to their own 25-yard line. That was Joseph Ruggiero with the run. 20 seconds to go in the third. I don't know if we'd call it must-score drive, and this will, in all likelihood, bleed into the fourth quarter, but an important drive, to say the least.
Very much so. I mean, if you're N.Attleborough, right, you need points, but at bare minimum, try to be able to win the battle of field position, or at least get field position back on your side for the fourth quarter and trying to put some points up.
No Frankie Strachan, he remains hurt, and Brusso with the QB keeper, he is drilled. And that should take us to the end of 3. Well, we know this, if N.Attleborough gives the ball away, it's a King Phillip ground game coming in your face in the fourth quarter. 21-10, King Phillip with the lead in this Division III state championship game. Can the Warriors get the job done and win the Super Bowl after falling short in D2 last year? We'll find out. King Philip with a 21-10 lead in this Division III state championship game. Fourth quarter is about to start. Nice showing by King Philip, not far from Gillette Stadium, just 5 miles away. And N.Attleborough is familiar with this stage. They were in the state championship game a year ago, the defending champions of D3. And this feels like make it or break it for N.Attleborough, even though we have full 12 minutes. Down 2 scores without their star running back. Similar to first down to close the third. On second down, Dylan Brousseau is bunched up.
Yeah, it just feels like offensively right now, N.Attleborough not really able to sustain or generate momentum. And I know that KP, King Philip, had the ball for a healthy chunk of the third quarter. But I don't know. I don't sense any snap in and out of the huddle on offense for N.Attleborough right now.
It's third down and 9 from their own 26.
KP having trouble getting lined up.
4-man front. Brousseau evades pressure, heaves it, and caught.
Wow.
That was a tough window and complete to Ryan Gustafson. They've connected twice in this ball game.
Yeah, that ball felt like it was going to get deflected there by Dylan Brousseau, but he sets his feet, throws a strike right over the outstretched hands of Kyle Danson, the senior linebacker. Look at that, right over the outstretched hand. And you're right, Brendan. Talk about throwing it over one backer, but in front of the DB. Pretty good throw.
Danson is a big body, 33 in green and gold at 6 feet 210. Brousseau with wind at his sails, scanned the defense well, and he muscles forward for a first down run.
Yeah, went back, set the foot, looked like he was going to throw, and then just took off. And there was a lot of good running room there for Brousseau. I don't know if that was a scheduled pass or there was some pressure on the outside. So I think Brousseau's back foot hit and then he turned and got upfield. But nevertheless, a heck of a play for N.Attleborough, now into KP territory.
Yeah, 2 chunk plays. Now they have first and 10 from the Warriors 46. Brousseau. Pocket folds, lofts one, incomplete. Looking for his go-to guy since the injury to Strack and Nathaniel Robin.
They got N.Attleborough's got to be careful there on a play like that. There were about 3 linemen downfield, and I saw 2 of the officials almost like turn and look at each other like, all right, you're gonna call that? Anybody gonna do that? The ball fell incomplete and then kept the hankies in the pocket. But if you're N.Attleborough, if you're gonna throw a screen or something slow developing, got to hold the water if you're an O lineman, not only for the snap count, but don't go downfield.
In the I formation, they'll play action. Brousseau, down he goes.
Too much pressure off the edge from Talon King that time. He's done it as a running back, and that time coming off the edge, just screaming off the edge. There he is, unblocked. Nice job by King to bring down Dylan Brousseau. Look at that. He had a running back run right by him. All somebody had to do was throw him the 1952 flipper, you know, back in the old days.
Number 50, Griffin McGreedy, finished the deal. Third down and 19. Was just going to make mention, you felt Brousseau 2 chunk plays to get some confidence, and all of a sudden, Talon King.
Well, it feels like N.Attleborough doesn't have a lot of answers here. I think we got a KP timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Timeout, King Philip.
With 9:13 to go in regulation.
So N.Attleborough is going to go that little half roll once again, which has worked for them a couple of different times. Dylan Brousseau is listed at 6 foot 170. So maybe moving the pocket ends up helping them a little bit here.
After tonight, we still have 4 state championship games coming your way tomorrow. We've mentioned a lot of teams we saw last year are featured in 2025. West Boylston and Randolph, for example. That's a rematch in Division 8 we will see tomorrow. Scituate, the reigning champion of Division 4. They'll take on Tewksbury. Catholic Memorial beat KP in the D2 title game last year. And Zavarian, as the 3 seed, looks to 3-peat and take down St. John's Prep back in the big game. We didn't see St. John's Prep last year.
No, we didn't. And N.Attleborough, the highest seeded team remaining in the state tournament, and here to play for a state title as they were the 7th seed.
Pretty impressive. You know, along the road, the Red Rocketeers, they beat Barnstable, the 2 seed in the round of 8. They beat the 3 seed Milton in the semis. Here they are, 3rd and 18, down 11 to undefeated 1 seed King Philip. Dylan Brousseau puts it all on the line, intercepted. Liam McGrath does it on both ends.
Are they going to give him the interception? Because he made the catch, and it looked like he took a step on a football play, and then the ball came out, and I think it goes out of bounds. Let's see.
Does he have complete control?
Yeah, you know what? It was one of those where he had it, and then he got bumped, and then the ball started to move around, and then hopped out of bounds. But it looked like they gave KP possession before that ball ended up rolling out of bounds, because the KP offense is huddled up on the side, about to come out on the field.
So interception, then fumbled out of bounds.
I believe so. Yeah, that's what it kind of looks like right now.
Turnover battle oftentimes is the determining factor in these games. We saw Canto Osorio on the King Philip side fumble it. He goes outside and gets a gain of 9. In that case, N.Attleborough took advantage, punched one in to go up 7-0, and now we've seen KP in the second half. 2 interceptions, and one that we saw earlier in the second half they took advantage of and scored a touchdown.
2 interceptions and a pretty steady run game. You know, they've been able to really dictate pace here to N.Attleborough. And again, with 8:53 to go here in the 4th quarter, and King Philip having really leaned on this N.Attleborough defense, how much does the Big Red have left to fight on defense against this? You got both backs in the 4th quarter at KP who are like, give me more, give me more. They're like, feed me more. Both Canto Osorio and Talon King in this second half have looked to the sideline and been like, yo, how about you keep me out there and give me some carries?
In that case, consecutive gives to Canto Osorio. He subs out. Talon King tag teams, he's in with 8:20 to go in the 4th.
And 2 up backs in front of him as well.
Talon King, they put 2 guys on him. Just been waiting for King to really just bowl over some of these guys.
You know what it does, though? It feels like, as we've seen in the past with Talon King, it's you're going to lean on him, you're going to lean on him, you're going to keep fighting, you're going to break a tackle here and there, and then all of a sudden he runs through 3 arm tackles and it's to the house down the sideline. That's the hard part about playing a run team and a team that can rotate backs like Canto Osorio and then going big at 230 pounds with Talon King.
Credit to N.Attleborough, they are not letting up. Still 3 timeouts left.
Yep, no, they're definitely battling and trying to hang in there, but it feels like, it feels like you're just kind of hanging on right now if you're N.Attleborough with 7 minutes to go.
13 state championship game appearances in the school's history, the 8-4 in the title game. For Mike Strachan, his 4th season. Last year, N.Attleborough beat Mansfield 35-zip, the school's first state championship since '02. They go to the air to Canto Osorio. Gebhard just missed him.
Well, I put both backs in the game that time. You had Canto Osorio and Talon King lined up to each side of Gebhard. And both backs were literally just running into the flat.
So 4th and 5, and the punting unit is out. Gebhard is also the punter.
The rare clock stoppage from KP on offense as well after the incomplete pass.
That is curious.
They've done a pretty good job of kind of keeping the clock rolling. But I think it was also the first time they went split backs with both Canto Osorio and King in the game.
Good looking kick by Gebhard. Oh, the bounce is just pretty, and a touchback.
Oh, wait a minute.
Are they going to spot it at the 1?
I think they're going to say that it touched the returner. Did I get, well, because I saw the KP kids turn around. No, wait a minute. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, no. They're saying that he downed the ball outside the goal line. All right. Yeah, that's a touchback all day long. All right. So the KP kids kind of react. I was like, wait a minute, somebody touch it? So they're trying to argue that that should have been down inside the 1 yard line. All right, false alarm.
Well, I respect trying to work the officials there.
Oh yeah, listen, it totally got me. I was like, wait a minute, what are they down there? What are they down there screaming for? And you can see how close it was on replay. But to your point, Gebhard uncorked that punt, and as soon as it hit, it took a big old hop towards the end zone.
N.Attleborough not out of this one just yet.
No, but
6:23 to go, 3 timeouts.
Brendan, they just keep losing the battle of field position. Even that went in the end zone. Look at this, 80 yards to try to score.
Dylan Brousseau, senior quarterback in the first half. He did hit Robin and Gustafson for 50-plus yard receptions. And Brousseau is our cross-insurance player of the game on the Big Red side.
5 of 9, 152 yards, and Brousseau has been out there battling once Frankie Strachan left this game. I'm sure N.Attleborough came in thinking that Strachan was a big part of the game plan. They have since, after injury, turned to Brousseau to try to stay in this thing.
Well, not to take anything away from KP, but it does make you wonder if Strachan remained right. Over the course of this entire game.
Then are they the team right now with 5:37 and rolling in the fourth quarter who would feel like they might be weakening against the run?
Maybe. Both fronts have been terrific, and that's a big play.
Liam King just smoking the offensive player there. That was a heck of a tackle, big hit, and he's all fired up. Yeah, that's better than going out there and blocking. So it goes to Nathaniel Robin, who Nathaniel Robin almost got tackled by Luca Angelucci, 75, or Angelucci, the tackle, and he almost dragged number 10 down, but the only thing he did was tee him up for Liam King to come over and just crack him one.
3rd down 11 for Brousseau and company. Heaves it and broken up. In coverage, Zion Dume, the sophomore defensive back.
That's a pretty good play. He's all fired up, is Dume, and nice job of knocking that thing down. Good coverage from Dume. He's all jacked up. He made a play. So 4th and 11 here for N.Attleborough, and they've really got nothing left to do but punt.
And Big Red uses a timeout. The first of the half.
They have 2 remaining.
King Phillips' ground game, Gresh, was so good we could not name 1, but 2 players of the game.
Yeah, we had to go with both running backs, Keegan Canto Osorio and then Talon King. And you're right, that's a good way to put it, right? The run game. There's Keegan Canto-Osorio, one of our cross insurance players of the game for King Philip. 18 carries, 87 yards, and a touchdown. It was between 4 and 28, and you figure, nah, you just give it to both of them. 20 carries, 106 yards. So what was it, 82 and 188 total, I think, between the two. I think I did that math right. I'm sure if not, I'll be corrected by Twitter.
Math on the air is a dangerous game.
Well, I'm just trying to remember the numbers that I saw and stuff like that. But both those running backs deserve to be the players of the game.
Without a doubt, a tone-setting backfield. And Brian Lee loves him. It allows him to do what he does year after year.
And Brian Lee has got to be loving this field position his football team has. After the big punt that put N.Attleborough on the 20-yard line, the Attleborough punt gets the ball to the 48. So KP is going to start in N.Attleborough territory on the 48-yard line with 4:30 to go here in the fourth quarter, up 21-10. And that has been one of the keys to this KP victory. Field position has gone their way the overwhelming majority of this game.
Gebhard had a huge first down run to set up the 1-yard score by Greenwood. Ran one in personally at the goal line. You mentioned he is heading to Carnegie Mellon, Division II school in Pittsburgh, a 4.2 GPA.
Man.
Just sensational.
Yeah, really good work by the King Philip offense, and really good work by their offensive line. Not only the two backs, but those guys up front have done a good job. Even Liam King moving out of the left guard spots. They can line him up at fullback for a couple of plays. That's pretty good.
On the defensive side, Liam King, team leader in tackles. We discussed at the top of the show, just such a tough team to game plan for, because with Canto-Osorio, he's more elusive, and then you've got Talon King. It's just it's a different test each particular handoff to the opposing defense.
Yeah,
it's not the same kind of attack defensively against them.
And Brennan, you can run, similar plays with both guys, and they're both going to be productive. It isn't, well, we got to get Canto-Osorio in space. No, both those guys can run with thunder. Both can make people miss. You don't have to vary your offense very much with either running back in the game.
Talon King, there he goes. Inside the 30.
And in years past, that felt like the kind of run where Talon King would break some arm tackles and then kind of take that thing to the house. Like, that is sort of the kind of run that we've been talking about in years past. Here it is, giving the ball to 28, and he just does the rest, takes care of it. Good upright runner, runs through contact. What an impressive career for Talon King.
16 touchdowns on the year. Canto-Osorio files in right behind him with 14. And tonight, you'd think, we even mentioned this in our first game of the day, not the common customer scoring the touchdowns.
Nope.
Mentioned Pratt, who scored one. Canto-Osorio, oh my goodness, he tightropes the sideline. Let's see where they mark him out. But the two touchdowns tonight, Greenwood, as well as Gebhard, the quarterback. There's a flag on the play.
Holden. King Philip. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Repeat first down.
So I admit I missed the hold because of the stiff arm by Canto-Osorio on number 15, Milo House. He just turned the corner on that, gave him the big old stiff arm, and basically pushed 15 right to the ground.
Canto-Osorio does have one of the scores tonight in the third. So 1st and 20 at the 37, 2:07 to play.
1st and 20. That that works for KP. I know North Attleborough does have 2 timeouts to be able to use, but it's not the worst situation to be in considering you're in North Attleborough territory.
Canto Osorio almost mimics the same play, but pushed out of bounds at the 25.
Yeah, I love the fight and the stiff arm, but I would have rather have seen him fall down in bounds right there. Went with the stiff arm and ended up getting pushed out of bounds and stops the clock with 2 minutes to go. So let's see number 4 get to the edge here, bouncing it outside. There's your stiff arm. Maybe go down right there instead of flopping out of bounds. Keep that clock going. Nevertheless, KP in full control with 2 minutes to go.
Power eye, Talon King is in there. It's an inside give to the fullback. Now we're inside 2 minutes. Greenwood, who scored a touchdown in this one. King Philip was in the state title game in Division II last year and lost to Catholic Memorial. The year prior in 2023, they defeated Marshfield, their first Super Bowl win since 2017. They've made 8 trips to Gillette in the past 9 years, including tonight. Their record, though, just 3-4. So they can get to 500 with Brian Lee at the helm. And he's changed the game. He was hired in 2005, and he's got 3 state championships, on his way to a 4th.
Done a great job at KP.
3rd down and 7. First down seals the deal. Talon King. Outstretched arms. 4th and very short. A yard and a half. Maybe 2.
Yeah, interesting, down 21-10. Mike Strachan not using the timeouts to stop the clock or try to conserve any time. I think when Frankie Strachan went down, it really changed everything offensively for North Attleborough.
They hung in there.
They did.
Through the first half, down just 4.
I think that's familiarity, too. You know, having played before, kind of understanding it. Nice job there by Zachary Gebhardt to bark North Attleborough offsides to give them the first down.
On the defense, 5-yard penalty. That'll be a first down.
You know, you talk about how people can affect the game and affect the game in different ways. And there you go with Zachary Gebhardt there, using the voice inflection on the count to get him to jump off sides. Then the King Philip sideline eruption is about to take place.
KP is back on top. This time as Division III MIAA state champions. The Warriors' 4th state title in school history, their first since 2023.
Well, in terms of the TV side of things, we're off to a good start. 2 really good games today. And Glass, we got 4 tomorrow for Championship Saturday here at Gillette.
We get started tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with Division 8. West Boylston and Randolph, a rematch of last year's Division 8 state championship. Pete Connell is our statistician. Thanks to Pete Soros and company here at Gillette Stadium for their fine work in the production truck. For Andy Gresh, Brendan Glasheen, we've got 4 state championship games coming your way tomorrow on TV 38, Patriots YouTube, and Patriots.com. Division 8, Division 4, Division 2, Division 1. Thanks for watching tonight here at Gillette Stadium. Have a great rest of your Friday night. We'll see you tomorrow.